Well, greetings, travelers. It's me, once again, Kevin C. here at Action Pants Gaming. We've got officially 1 week left before I go back to work. So you have to suffer with me. Well, you don't have to, but I always enjoy when you do. So, today we are breaking it all down and trying to build it back better. That is the theme of today. And if you were here yesterday, you'll see what we're doing again. So I hope you got those old action pants on, charged up a little bit. And as always, I hope whatever time of day it is for you and whatever it is you might be doing, well, I hope it's going good. Alrighty. We did some stuff. I might bring this up a little bit more to a different mark. Alright, so we are currently trying to figure out where to put everything. Because once you scale stuff up, forget about it. You are kind of locked in place with what you're doing. And if you can't see your reference marks because you're folding over because it's a larger piece and things are getting in the way, then it can get pretty darn tricky to put these things in the way that you would like. So we are attempting a couple of different little thought patterns here, using different reference marks, different all kinds of different stuff to try to kind of get what we want. There's one thing I wanted to do, but I think no matter what I do, because of the scaling and we can't snap a scaled piece, I think I'm kind of Scrooged on doing one thing. But I think what's going to end up happening with that is, I think I will probably just figure out how to alter it and make it work. But unfortunately, sometimes you just got to break some stuff down and start all over again. And as much of a drag as that is, sometimes it just needs to be done. And I learned this lesson a long time ago from Senor Burroughs. We were doing a project, myself, JC Hysteria, E.R. Burroughs, we're doing this project. Okay, that's still too low. I want to go a little higher on that. Where JC and I did hours of work. Hours of work. And it looked good. It did. And then it was ER's turn to tag in, and JC was, off to bed so that he could wake up and go to work. And we're going to come to the second mark here. ER comes in, looks at everything. He's like, guys, that looks really good, but all of it needs to move in 2 floor panels. And JC and I were like, why? He's like, because of this. And we're like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. He's like, think about it. And he started like kind of, tearing apart one of the sections, and both JC and I were like, no, we just spent hours and hours on that. And he showed, and we're like, damn it, you're right. Damn it, you're freaking right. So we tore everything down and we started again. And it made a world of difference, and it looked better, and it was worth the effort. So sometimes, as much as it can SUX, sometimes you just kind of do it. You just need to do it. You know what I mean? You just kind of have to tear it all down, start again, look at what you did, and, you know, make some adjustments. And as much of a drag as that can be, and believe me, it can truly be a drag. Sometimes you just got to, you know, if you really care about what you're building, and you're obsessive like most of us builders, you're gonna be like, damn it, I gotta do this. And, well, shit, where did I go on that? Here, I think. See, I always have to think now when I'm flipping things over, where exactly is it that I'm, you know, am I on this one, or do I start here or here? But yeah, the old breakdown and rebuild is, well, it's kind of, it can be disheartening, that is for sure, because, you know, you've spent so much time already doing your work, and then you're looking at it going, damn it, you know, it would look so much better if... Alright, so that's the wrong spot. That needs to come back. And this is what I mean. It gets confusing sometimes, you know, and I don't care how smart you are. There are times you're going to be, and I'm not smart, and that's what I'm saying, because even us idiots have to do it more often, but, you know, I don't care. You may be smart, but sometimes you must tear down and start again, no matter how much it sucks. You gotta start again. That's the wrong reference I keep going to, so that needs to come down. Oh, this gets frustrating, my friends, because I forget and I lose track. And this reference gets confusing after a while when you're going upside down and right side up, and you miss your glitch, and you're back and forth, and oh, it gets hella frustrating. Hella frustrating. It's got to be in here then, right? So hold on. You are where? You down towards the center one of the second floor panel. You are down towards the second one on that floor panel. Or is it, where was I going? Was I here, or was I on that one? Son of a biscuit. I'm so lost and confused. I've been dazed and confused for so long, it's now true. Glitch building's got me crazy, and it'll do the same to you. Levi Rivers, good morning. How you doing? Oh, goodness gracious, Levi, I'm losing my mind, bro. It's like I did some stuff yesterday on this, you saw it, and I'm like, alright, I got it. And then... and then I looked at it later, and I'm like, no, I don't. It's close, but I don't got it. I freaking tore it all down. And I was hoping to have some stuff done and like surprise y'all this morning, be like, look at what I did. No worries, Levi. No worries. You get ready for your your work. I apologize that you have. I feel bad for you that you have to go to work. I'm sorry that you have to. I don't apologize because it's not my fault. But I do empathize with you. I do feel bad for you because I know you'd rather be home doing something other than going to work. Not necessarily hanging out with me, but maybe building yourself or exploring or just hanging with your friends and family, running around the house doing absolutely nothing, taking a nap. Anything but work. Juggling. Unless you're a clown and well, that's your job and you don't want to do that when you go home. Oh, this is getting hard. It's like I figured it would be easy. Like, oh, I just gotta, bam, 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 put it in the same spot above as or below as I did above, and it's not as simple as that. One, I got to find my reference. I got to get the exact same point so that everything matches. Now, part of me is like, I got to start again because I forgot where that one was. And once I get one side measured and figured out, then actually it will go quickly, ish. But now, I'm measuring, I'm trying to find the right spots and, where the scaled part's going to go, being able to put it in properly, because there will end up being fold over because it's the way that this is set up. So, the only way to remove the fold over on some of it would be to completely start again, pull out the outer edge, bring it in to match the inner edge that isn't folded over. And because where the folds are, there's this fractional spacing that, you double it, so we'll call it a 1/16 that double, no, we'll call it an 1/8 that doubles to a quarter, right? Is 2/8 and a quarter? Or is it 2/16 or an 1/8? So, whatever the measurement is. But either way, there's a gap, a fold over on one, here, and then another fold over, and I'll show you in just a second. I'm just kind of away from AFK for a second. Right there. So see that fold over here and here. I have to figure out the compensation as I bring these panels up, to compensate for that fold over. We're dealing with a full scale wall, which then creates another issue because it doesn't just snap into place. If it snapped into place, then hell, think of what you could do, with your full scale parts. I mean, you just build. It wouldn't be an issue. You could just treat them. Yeah, you're a clown, and that's what you do for work. You juggle. I hope not. Or maybe, actually, I hope so, because then you'd be bringing happiness and joy to a lot of people. Granted, you'd be scaring the crap out of some people, because clowns are scary to some people. I could take or leave. Clowns are just creepy to me. They're just, some of them are interesting, but, clowns for the most part, a little bit on the creepy side of things. And I don't know if that's because society made it that way or it's just because it is. But they're a little creepy. I mean, they don't scare me or anything. Clown's a clown. But, okay, back to work. So, now I got to repeat the same above as below. As above, so below. So first I need to find all my proper reference. Okay, so here we go. Alright, so this is where this will go up. But again, so I don't need that here. So that should help actually, because that's where this is going to be. Because now we have to flip this around, but when you do that, you lose a window bit. Like if I were to treat this side like this side, but believe it or not, it looks the same, but it's a little bit different. So things don't line up quite as accurately. And I'm wondering something here. Uno momento, por favore. Please. I want to try and get some, at least, background music going at some point. Even if I have to, because my roommate's not home, which means I can crank the stereo. Alright, let's start by getting our top angle proper. Figure out where our reference is for that. Get that rolling. Once we get that, then we can start bringing it down. But, again, sometimes you really just need to break everything down, or at least part of it, and build it back. And hopefully you build it back better based on what you did previous. Okay, so this comes to here, and then we're bringing down from our tether point to the next floor panel, and we are coming down to black dot dash dash. Okay, double dash before that, right? Let's see where this ends up. If I don't miss my freaking glitch. Because I want it a certain height so that's not too sunk in. And again, that's the other thing. Then we got to, where does everything seam and meet? Okay, so we came down from our tether point to the top of the dash closest to the center, right? Does that sound correct? Should I just rewind my stream and look? Oh gosh, this is so. It's difficult to do sometimes, to break down so much work and go, you know what, it needs to be done. I have to do it. If I don't do it, it will still look good, but it will be not. You'll always look at your build going, I should have done, I could have done, had I done, and there's nothing worse than the shoulda, coulda, wouldas sometimes, Alright, so that should be even. And it looks good. Alright, Johnny Rocket, what's going on? Good morning. Thank you for popping in. Alright, so the top of the double dash closest to the center. Okay, now if we do the same thing here, it's going to be off. And I think I changed my reference for this. But we'll find out in a second. So we come down. I think this is a double dash because of where it meets. I think I end up here instead of here. But we're going to start with the same area. And again, I really wish I had something built. Okay, so I don't like the seam of that, so I actually want to bring that forward. And this is, again, where things tend to change because now we're kicking angles off. Again, I could leave this. Does it look bad? No. It's totally passable. We could say, yeah, let's leave it. Why change this? There's no reason to change this, right? Well, I could, smooth that seam out a little bit, come over here, hope that the walls are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and snapping shit like a floor. We could run something along this line, but that's not what I want to do. I want to try to seam this a little bit nicer, and we need to bring this a little bit closer to here. But since we've thrown this out at an angle, the same reference isn't going to work. So we will, I believe it's the double black dot for this one. So I was hoping again, and I'm going to repeat myself a bunch as people come in. But, alright, so for this one, I think we're going to go to the top of this dash instead of the other one. And that should give us a little bit better of a seam. It actually looks like we could go a little bit further. I mean, it's a nice smooth transition from this edge to this edge, But if we look over here, we're raised, and that's kind of what I'm looking for. So we're going to bring it out a little bit further. Working with full scale gets a little tricky. I mean, there's, being a larger piece, you get a bunch of fold over. The pieces, instead of being a little thinner and just kind of riding the edge of the floor panel, now it's like, from the edge of the floor panel to the center, which then means any reference point you have in that area you may lose or probably will lose. So that, again, is where I'm running into a problem here, trying to get, sort of the look I'm going for. But I have a feeling I'm going to need to, completely change my thought process on the look in order to stay even with, the walls, so that they start at, the edge here. Sorry, I'm just looking, thinking, and then follow out, as opposed to the way I had it yesterday, where we had it, it starting halfway through, which it looked okay, but I wasn't entirely happy with it. And then as I started to carry it out, it didn't work. The spacing for the lighting up top on the roof, I had to, I'm looking at it, I'm like, I got to nudge everything. I'm like, I shouldn't need to do that. I should just be able to start, at this floor panel in the center portion of this and not have to worry about it, right? Or half one of it just to move something. I didn't want to have to go nudging areas here and there, and it made more sense to just break it down and start again. But then in that process, I realized, damn, I've got some work ahead of me. And I spent hours last night measuring the top, just getting the top right. It took me, a couple hours just figuring out the spacing because of the fold over, where everything should lie. And then I realized that if I were to do the same thing and flip it around, I could get the angled portion, but then when I went to go get the center, I was going to miss a seam, and there was going to be a gap. And then I decided that I may just have to deal with that, because it's, it just might be what I have to deal with. Plain and simple. I got no choice. Okay, so we're back to measuring this spot. I got to figure out how to get some music rolling here. Even if it's sort of like ambient through my microphone, I think it would make things a lot better. Okay, so we went top of that one, top of this one, still not quite where we want, so we're going to bring this right to this edge, to the double dap right here, and hopefully that will be where we need it. Or we're going to miss our glitch, and I'm going to go ha 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 and start again. I could go, but what good is that going to do me? Very little. That made me feel good for a second, but it'll probably frustrate me, and I'll probably miss the next one because I'm just frustrated and not thinking properly. Exactly. Ah, goodness gracious. Me oh my. I've been dazed and confused for so long, it's now true. Glitch buildings made me crazy, and it'll do the same to you. Start this obsession, and I empathize daily. Alright, double black dot. And that's going to pull that in there. But we're getting a better seam. Still need to go out a little further, but we're better. So, this one's the top of the double dash, closest to the center. Let's remember that. Top of the double dash, closest to the center. So when I forget, hopefully one of you will remember. Top of the double dash, closest for the center for the angled bit. If I didn't have to tether, things would be so much better. Okay, and then we went to that, so now we're going to go to right here, this double dash. Let's try and stay with the double dashes if we can, or whatnot. That way we can try to stay where we need to be. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So herein lies our continual problem. I'm okay with that. Let's see, our height should match that one, which is more what I'm concerned about. You know, where this and this should be kind of the same. And that should work. Alright. Just for ha-has, I just want to see what this does. If it'll do anything. I mean, the floor panels stick, but these puppies don't seem to be very well. It's so bizarre how the snapping has changed. Yeah, see, this doesn't seem to want to snap, but a floor panel, and maybe, yep, and a floor panel will. Right? You figure it out. Your guess is as good as mine at this point on why the snapping is being weird. Or Oreos, that must be Deavante in the house. What's going on, Date? How you doing today? How was your stress test yesterday? How'd you do on that? We could drop this now, which is probably what we should do. I don't want to drop it much, but we could drop this down. That is possible. We could. Right on, Otter Jockey, and welcome. Good morning. How are you today? See, if I bring the reference, yeah, I think we're going to leave this. I don't think the gap here is going to bother me as much, especially if we run something along the lines. What if I do Hardy Har-Hars? Can I do this? It'll get into the window, but we can do something like that. What would happen? And unfortunately it beads into the window. Do we have something that is a halfway that does that sort of thing? We didn't even think about this sort of thing, did we? No, we did not. How do we turn this so it faces the other way? Do I have to do something funky? I do, don't I? What do I got to do to turn that the way I want it to go? I got to turn the whole thing, don't I? Flurgensturgen. Alright, okay, don't screw around with a bunch of crap that's not going to matter right now. This is the important thing. Okay, so if we are okay with this gap, which part of me is and part of me is not, it does kind of, you know, I'd have to bring this up if we truly wanted to match that seam, which means I'd have to bring that down, which would then change a bunch of stuff there. This, now I'm thinking I need to move in. And again, once we get this, everything else will go by pretty quickly. We just need to get the measurement on one side. We need one side done. Then we just carry it across. And, you know, oh, gotcha, Devante. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be always the case, doesn't it? Never get a straight answer from people. Alright, so we were here, I think. Let's try bringing it into about, oh, I don't know, say here. It's like trying to find that magical reference. And then also not missing your glitch, which is, that actually sometimes can be the most time-consuming bit and piece, is just getting, you know, not missing your glitch and whatnot. Ooh, that's not bad. Getting a little closer. Almost. Looks like we just got to tuck it in a little bit more. We may again have to sacrifice certain bits and pieces just to make it work in terms of aesthetics. But that's always sometimes, you know, the fun part. Like, alright, I got this bit here. How do I make that bit disappear? Alright, so here, here, here. No, no, no. I have a feeling we are going to be somewhere in the vicinity of where we were before. Which is right here. So I think this is kind of where we need to be for this particular bit. Tucks us in. Gives us a decent fold over. Closes our seam decently. And then this needs to come down. Okay, so this is top of the first set of black dots on the second floor panel. Okay, first set of black dots on the second floor panel from our tether is this one. Now this one, which we're going to have to do before that, okay, unfortunately, that's the way it works. We wanted to bring that one in, so now we got to do this. Now we got to and then this one was the closest dash, but now we need to bring that in, right? So let's bring that to the double dots. Keep everything over at the double dot bit. Alright, so this is where we were closest to, right? Now we'll bring this to here. Then we'll put in the lower one to see if we are a good seam. So that's the black, so the angle is the black dot closest to the center. This one is the first set of black dots. Okay. And then we pop that here. And thank you all for joining today. I really appreciate it. Appreciate the company during my I want to go back to work set of streams because I'm bored out of my gourd and I'm happy to have some company. You guys, if I haven't said it yet, which I know I haven't, but I'm gonna, and I'm gonna repeat myself as I often do. You guys are freaking awesome. Chat, you guys are freaking awesome. Alright, so where were we? We're here. Now we're going to come into here. see where our seam is. See, now it's like, okay, well, maybe I should go there, but then that means I gotta move this out again. I do want a bit of that there. So, okay, so this is good. All right, so we are now, we're at the dots. Now we gotta move this back out. So we're at the dots on this one. Now we're going to move the floor, or the lower one out. Alright, so this is going to be the dots closest to the center. Ooh, excuse me. So you make adjustments on one, you're going to make adjustments on the other. And that's why I keep having to go back and forth. It's like, you know, 1 minute I'm, okay, I like that. And then you'll put that in, then the next one you're making an adjustment. You're missing your glitch. Getting frustrated. Whenever you get frustrated, go explore. Step away. Play your guitar if you do that. Or piano or instrument. Do something. Just clear your mind for a second. Get away. Go back. Start again. And we are we lined up? We are lined up. Okay. That looks good. Now we got to move this one again. Okay, so. So we were. Where were we? We were here. Now I think we got to come back here. I think. So now I think we got to move back to where we were. Okay. Back and forth, back and forth. Where it stops. No one knows. Agent Circle, welcome. Good afternoon to you, or in my case, good morning. Alright, so we had this where? The last time we had it where? Double dot? Now we're going to move out. Wait a minute. Yeah, we had it here, right? Now we're going to move it out. So we got to go back to here. Or did we come back here? Where the heck were we? Oh. We were at the first set of double dots and the other one. Now we, okay, yeah, now we're going to come back to here. And now I completely forgot where this reference was. Shit. Son of a bitch. Oh, that was the double dots and then we brought it back, right? No, we brought it down to the double dot. Now we're bringing this one back out. Okay, so we had it at the double dot now. So the top one is the double dots closest. This one is no, that's too far. Son of a crap. So, alright, let's just continue to. Here's our double dash. The first one we get to. Oh, okay. Is that it? Yeah, it should work. Okay, so we're kind of back to where we were, which is fine. That's this. I think that's a smoother transition I'm going to get, so I'm not going to futz with it. So we're looking at the double dots. All right, so now this is the part that's going to be difficult. This transition here, because if I flip it over, it means I got to go underside of that one, and then we're going to have, we're going to have a seam, which I don't want. So I'm not quite sure how we're going to go about this yet. But this is coming down. Alright, so what we need to do first here is we need to put this one into place so we can see what kind of space we have to work with. So let's put I've already got a tether put there, thankfully. And we're going to drag this up to that double dot set, right? Is that what we decided on? We're coming to here. The one closest to the dot. Maybe I should actually start from the bottom and work up on this particular issue, right? Alright, so now we need to set a tether point. And give me a minute, folks. I don't care if this gets flagged by YouTube. We're going to throw some tunage on. And it's going to be ambient, and I apologize for that. Okay, so where should this end up? Oh, I'm in the wrong damn spot. Alright, right here. Is that proper on that one? Does that look similar to our others? It does. Okay, so now we don't need you kicking around because you're just going to get things all confusing. That should be that. We need a tether point starting on the bottom of that. Wait, hold on. That's there. Oh yeah, then we're coming up from here. So we need a tether point down and then in. Okay, so we need to flatten this out. Speaking of tearing down and rebuilding, but again, sometimes you just need to do that. You gotta sometimes take a sacrifice and, realize that all the hard work you just did that you're about to tear apart was completely worth it for the final outcome. Okay, so now this needs to come up this way. Okay, I just looked at that one that way. We went up that way. Now we got to come down through here, look up, and then we got to figure out our connector. Once we figure out this one going upwards, then we're good. All of that will be what we need it to be. Okay, so now hold on. Now I'm coming in here. This is going to be blah blah blah. Okay, so our tether point needs to start out here. But the one bonus is if we do get this, you guys will actually see me build the surprise portion, which is kind of a drag. I may cut it before that. It depends on how long this part takes. Okay, we're gonna get our tether point way the hell out of there, just so we can delete it later. Good morning, Bobby McGee. Welcome, welcome. Alright, we got that. Now we're going to grab that, and that, and that. You working? Or you chilling today, Bobby? And then we decided what? The double dash right near the center, right? Or the dots, right? The black dots is what we're using for all of our reference at this point, correct? That's where everything is landing, yeah? Aha, issue, 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 and this is what I was talking about. No, wait a minute, I didn't expand that, so this is actually wrong. No, that's right. Is that the same as the upper part? Actually, upper part has windows. This lower portion is different. So the spacing, as you go around the circle, apparently becomes different. Or whatever parts I've added and how this all went down. I mean, this blends nicely here, but we are definitely going to get a different look. Top to bottom. Part of me is okay with that. It's more about something else. We're slightly different there. Okay, so this one ends here. Okay, so before, alright, that's up and down. This is actually, believe it or not, the exact same spacing as the top. Unless I changed something, which I may have, and I didn't remember from last night because it was getting late. So this should be a 5 floor panel, I mean a 5 wall height difference. If it's not, we'll change it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we may need to change it. 4. Yeah, okay, we'll change it. Alright, so let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Now we've got that. And then we can add in, let's get rid of this glitch point. Let's add in here and here. This is going to give us barely enough room to get our camera sneaking in there to see what the hell it is we're doing. So this is going to be, we're going to have to figure out another, or wait a minute, I'm coming in from underneath. So actually we're good. So this isn't a bad a bit setup here. So we're getting closer. So that should be 5 in the distance. Let's set up another tether. I did make a change to try and alter that one. Okay. So we're going to do our tether point here. Back away from stuff so we can get rid of it when the time comes. And thank you everybody for joining this morning. Thank you for keeping me company in my hernia surgery recovery boredom time. 1 week from today, and I am back to doing things that are actually productive and make me money. And thank you for suggesting to smash the old like button for me. Appreciate that. But as I always say, only smash it if you're really liking it. If you're not, just leave it alone. You don't need to, I mean, George Carlin had a great bit about people who complain about, like, what's on the TV or radio or whatever, like the program. There's 2 knobs on that device. One turns it down, or turns it off. The other one, one changes the channel, the other one turns it off. Like, why complain about the thing, and create issues, about something, a song or whatever you don't like, change the channel, shut it off. George Carlin. I miss that man. one of the most intelligent beings. You know, I heard somebody once refer to him as a philosopher who became a comedian. He was super, super smart, knew what was going on with our shady-ass governments, plural, everyone, not just where I live, but all of them. Where do we decide? Closest double to the center dot, right, for the angle? You know, George Carlin, man. A good, true human being right there. Son of a... frustration. I just want to, you know, I don't swear a lot, but sometimes this game just makes me want to... swear. More than normal. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not like no saint. You know, I've heard me swear, and I do swear, but I try to be a little more reserved about it. When in my head, I'm swearing usually, you know, but okay, so we do that one, and then this one. Now we should have the same spacing as above, so below. And then you come up to this dot here. Which should then give us, yes, that's more what I'm looking for. Okay, so with that, now all we have to figure out is all the rest. But I think I might actually see what I need to do. We may have gotten kind of lucky, maybe. We may not have. Alright, so now we have this, right? Which is filled easily enough with, you know, this we could actually now, you know, seam through probably and not catch the interior of a window. Yeah. So we could just seam this out here, right, with this. And it would be perfectly fine. You know, we could, you know, find a better looking part. We could, you know, double it up. We could halfway. You know, there's all kinds of ways we could hide this gap. But the goal is to try to mimic top and bottom. All right, now, if this is that, and then I were to do that underneath in the same spot, it would leave us a floor panel width gap, which I'm okay with. However, what I think really needs to happen is this floor panel needs to come down, out, and then these lower ones need to go back in. So we need to bring this down, out, to cross over, well, to be, you know, roughly where this would be in relationship to this. Right? Does that make sense? Or am I just babbling like normal? Right, so this would have to have the same space down this way in order to do the same. But we want to go upside down, which then creates problem, but we're not going upside down technically if we rotate this around like it would be the other way, right? So we're just trying to make a mirror image. But that mirror image with these large scale pieces now becomes problematic because of reference finding. Okay, so this is 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, And that's the start of that one, which then would be a 1, 2, a 3, oops, which wouldn't match. Because of what? So this actually would have to raise up first, and then, yeah, because I lowered it. Okay. So, to have that be in the same spot as the other one, this needs to come up the same as this one did, which I think was a full-on wall from this floor. Which, yes, it is. I can see it from here. So it's a full-on wall from that. Brings this up to this point. Which then would bring us the same kind of spacing. So here we go on that. So here's this. Which again, if I do this upside down first, I'm going to lose my reference, right? Or are we going to be in a way where we can actually gather that reference material again? That's my concern. Because if I can't gather the same reference material, you know, what's the point? There's a reference point. Yeah, if I can't find the same reference point, there is no point. Okay, so that went down for that. This needs to go up. We can probably even raise this up a tad. That might give us the spacing that we need to sneak a camera in there. Because that's sort of where we're lying at is our problem, right? So if I bring that down, then that's going to fold over, blah, blah, blah. Which makes us lose that point. Regardless of what I do. How does this work then? Is it the angle that's making that happen? So if I glitch this one down, it's going to cut through, it's going to lose our reference point. And I won't be able to see it. But if I use that as my reverse there, we still don't. What? Okay, I see where I might need to be here. Alright, I think I know what I need to do. I think... because we're in the middle of all this here. Or are we? No, we're not, which means that we need to crank this up. No, we are. Yes, this is the halfway point. Okay. But then lower would be a floor panel up. Okay, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Where the seam is in this part is not as crucial. Alright, so large scale piece. Putting these in the same spot. Okay, if this is going to go up from here and then down from here, it doesn't work. We're locked in. This, whatever piece I put in first, locks me into that. The only other thing I can think of here is to take this down further, right in the middle of that. No, because then we're lower. We can't. We need to start. Or we're going to just have to work off of that and just go directly in that spot, same spot, off the floor panel, fill in the gap. But then that leaves us with a window here that makes no sense. Or is it I need to go the other way with this? No. Because this mimics this, right? Yes. This part we got. We have the angle. That's fine. But I want a window on this floor, and I don't want to do. I know what I could do, and it would solve the problem immediately. Is just use the thin window, but it's not going to match, and it won't look good. Okay, folks in chat, here's our problem. Let's try to solve this together. One, to help my dumbass out. And two, maybe you're thinking of something I'm not thinking of. Okay, I like where this is. This needs to stay here. Or this needs to go up to match this here, which then may leave us a gap enough to work with. But if I bring this up, what's going to happen? We're going to raise that, right? Come on, don't be such a pain. Alright, so if we raise this up to match that line roughly, we're kind of back in the predicament. Although we could pull that part to work with that. All right, let's raise this up a floor pan, a short wall. It's either what I'm going to do here is it's either that or I'm just going to use this, raise one, lower one, fill in the gap. Now we're going to have to re-reference, okay, for our seam, which is a pain in the ass, but we'll do it. And granted, I should just be, you know what, we're going to test like this. It doesn't have to be even. It just needs to be, and we decided here again, right? Yep. Just needs to be rough, and then we can put in our tether point while we're measuring. Because that way when that happens, we can hopefully get through this a little quicker. Okay. So if we raise that up a short wall, I kind of like that seam better. We might even be able to go up one more. That'll bring that to about here. But then, yeah, no, this is fine. We're kind of splitting hairs here. All right, I'm just trying to find, and then this one actually we could then, you know, slide up a little bit if we wanted to. But for now, actually this could come out a tad. Actually, it needs to go in a tad, if anything. But then, now again, we're losing our... So then this would have to come up, blah, blah, blah. Shit. Not as easy as I was hoping. It really is not. That's another short wall. Alright, let's try it. Okay, so another short wall. This time I'm going to go to the inner mark because we're raising it up. If I don't like it, we'll move it, obviously. But I just have this sneaking suspicion that since we've been moving it up, we also need to move it back in. But I was wrong. Although... yeah, it needs to go back up. Okay, so this... now we're at the right height. Now we need to put it in the right spot. But now I think we can put our tether in. I think we are finally at the right height. Okay. Now, bring you to right cheer. Come on. I hate when I miss my glitch, man. It's like all this time lining it up, getting it right where you want it, and then... oh, that really gets frustrating. It happens. We'll deal. Like we always do. I still think it's the game telling me you're not quite in the right spot. There is not what we want. We need to bring that... need to bring it out a little bit more. Okay. Is that too much of a seam? Yep, okay. This needs to... we're close. We're getting closer every step here. I'm really convinced of it. At least I'm telling myself that so I don't get overly frustrated. So we need to go out further. Okay. See? Change one thing. Ah, shit. Yeah, it doesn't matter. That was just a tether point, so it really doesn't matter what I did there. We need to bring it out more though, right? We were still a little too far in, if I remember correctly. And again, some of these adjustments, you know, should be probably done in the upper part, but I kind of like where that position is. So now I'm having to struggle with ride the struggle bus. It's a bumpy ride. With positioning on this. Alright, we were at the double dot, not the double dash. That was too far in. So let's do this BS again. I have a feeling this is going to be too far out. Which indeed it is. Why am I having such a hard time with this last bit of reference here? Alright. Now, if I want it to be, say here, where the center of my wall is, should be like right about here, right? We just did that reference and it was too far out. Did that one, it was too close in. So, too close, too far. It leaves us with crappy reference for centering. I guess here? Freaking Goldilocks in this out. Okay. Too far. I mean, yeah, too far out, too close. Let's try to find some form of happy medium here. Son of a... Or am I... No, I'm on the right panel. I'm like, wait a minute, am I on the wrong freaking floor panel? Still, too freaking far. Alright, that's good. That's good enough. Otherwise I'm going to be fighting with this for freaking days. That's, yeah, that's middle ground for everything. Because this is now level with this-ish. That's pretty level with that, or at least, you know, the top of this. It's a little off, but again, I'm not going to make micro adjustments here for all of this crap. Yeah, see? I could make micro adjustments, bring this out a little bit more for that one, which means dropping this down like a couple floor panels. Or I could just say, screw it, which part of me is yes, part of me is no. This needs to drop a floor panel though. I mean a short wall. which means I need to make all of these adjustments on the other side. We're going to leave that there just for now. But if I want to try to matchy match, which again, now bringing this out is going to change our other reference point. But what was this one again? Black dot closest to the center. Do we still look even here? We do. That's a bonus. I mean, we're twisted, but it's the height that I'm more concerned about. Because we're not tethered. Is that... Ah, it's not that one we need to adjust. It's the other one. Like an idiot. Okay. What do we do? We drop that? Yeah, we just drop it. No big deal. Okay, so this one needs to get dropped because it's not, or does it need to get raised? No, it needs to get, what does it need to do? Shoe Gaming, what is going on? You have entered into the confusion zone today, where I thought I was going to have this, I'm like, oh, I got this. I've got this measurement, this side's looking good, and then all hell broke loose because of gap issues, and because of the way this folds over, this gap's a little bit different than this one, and so on and so forth, and because of the way this is initially started, and you know, the spacing, and as it turned into, you know, the proverbial opening a can of worms, you know. So it just turned into a complete nightmare. But it needed to be done. You know, it just, the original way I did it with the half, you know, half in, half out bit just did not, it didn't look appropriate. It just, and there was too many adjustments for adding in the other stuff that I just kind of said, you know what, it's just not worth it. Okay. I like where this one is. That position is fine. That's the good one. Good one. Right? Are we even? Are we even? Am I just like losing my mind? Yeah, that looks pretty even, does? Oh no, it's not. Yeah, I can tell it's not right here. We're close. I mean, it's like the old imperceptibly perceptible issue. But I like how this ends right here. That's what kills me. And this doesn't. It's almost, you know, it's like a fraction. It's a fraction. All right, so this needs to come down as much as I don't want it to. Alright, so this needs to come down the short wall. This is our short wall 1. Alright, so this needs to come in a short. So I could use any freaking help any of you can offer in terms of, you know, thinking about this problem here, because it's, as, you know, it looks easy. It really does. It truly is like, yeah, no, this is fine. You know, I just got to do this. Then that makes sense. You know, from last night too, like, wait a minute, no. That doesn't necessarily make sense. And again, we're going to try this without the tether. And if it works, awesome. If it doesn't, we'll go back. And then we'll just have to deal with some, you know, we'll have to make some sacrifices, which, you know, unfortunately sometimes, when you're not smart, like me, when you're a dummy, sometimes you can't get your stuff done right. You just got to make a sacrifice. Alright, twisted, but are we more even? No matter what we do, we're not going to be. Okay, for the simple fact that the spacing around is different. There is a fractional bit of spacing. And all I'm trying to do at this point, I guess, is to make this I don't like the way the window looks there. Get it to be similar. Although it doesn't really matter what that window does it, no. And I think this is probably the best we're going to get. I'm looking at where everything is intersecting in the seam right here. And right here, and that looks pretty darn close. Again, it's fractional. Okay, this we're going to leave. You know, once this isn't twisted here, you know, it will look a lot better. It won't look so off. But see here how this, you know, it's these constant little micro adjustments. It's just not worth it. Is this a full short wall? Do I want to now bring this in a short wall? No. Because, or do I? Like, I like where this sits here. But now this one doesn't sit the same. That's, you know, I almost feel now that I should go back to where this was. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to do. This is going to go back where it was. What did we do? Drop that, right? Or did we raise it? We dropped it. And we're going to deal with it. That's it, plain and simple. It's really the only thing I can think of here for that. Otherwise, we're constantly going to be chasing this quote-unquote perfection that we're never going to achieve, because everything is already, you know, there's a lot of hand placement. We got to take into consideration a little bits of gap in here from the wire as well. You know, so all these little things, you know, are going to affect everything else as you troll out to, as you start carrying things out, all those little, you know, fractional bits and pieces get exponentially crazier as you expand out. That's what I was looking for. Catherine, welcome. I know I'm butchering your name, and I wish I wasn't, but thank you for stopping in. So now, you know, we're closer. This looks better. This is really kind of, see, this gap here now. But this and this are better, but see, this is what I'm talking about. It's not a short wall, it's a nudge. And is it really, exactly, Catherine, is it really worth battling this much for that much of a difference? And at this point, I'm going to say no, it's not. Excuse me. If we're going to get anywhere with this, we need to say enough is enough with that. You know, it's imperceptibly perceptible to me, and I would imagine to just about anyone else. But, you know, my friends who are builders, and I know when they come in, they're like, dude, look at that. You know, that shit's off, right? And then I'm going to be like, yeah, I know. Okay, so if we say that is good enough, which we just did by saving, and we say that this is the spacing we want for that, which we've determined now that it is, which is 2 short walls down, which then, if we were to do the opposite, would be obviously 2 short walls up, right? So we're looking at a wall, well, no, it'd be 2 short walls up from that. Okay, so there's 2 short walls down, and then 2 short walls up, which, you know what? From this spot. Okay. Just want to make sure that there's no weird wackiness. It's not sitting on top. Okay, it's not. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't like some bizarro gap that I'm not thinking about. Okay, now, because of these intersecting, this won't frickin' work. Now, I could start it here. And then just make a minor adjustment for everything else. So if we were to start that here, instead of down, we're going to get a top seam that's going to be a little funky. Alright, we tethered everything at this point, and now we're trying to get, you know, somewhere, and this one we're going to do, I think, here. You know, because we need to now follow the wall and blah, blah, blah. And we need to tuck into that, which we're now not doing. See where I'm going with all of this? How this doesn't quite freaking do what I want it to do. So now we're higher. I'd have to bring this in, you know, or out. You know, and it doesn't quite match. It doesn't meet up with things properly. You know, this is all too high now, and then I'd have to raise this all up to match that. And then by the time I do that, you know, this is all changed. Now I'm looking at it going, maybe I should just raise it up. What happened? But then, you know, then where this seams out, it just, you know, one nightmare after another here. We're trying to get the spacing proper. And my biggest spacing problem, unfortunately, is here to here. And putting those both in the middle, which means that I need to start I see where I need to be. I need to start at the edge of each one of those. That's what I need to do. But the downside is we still have a freaking gap. But what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to go opposite directions, right? So I need to start from the edge of each one of those angles at a flat. So bring those up, get the angles out. bring that up, come off of that. We're going to go down on one, up on the other. We're still going to have an issue, I have a feeling, but we might be better off. Alright, I need a minute. Let me think about this. Damn scaling pieces that don't snap to nothing. You got to make up your own snappy points. They don't work. Well, they do work, but only for certain situations. They work really well for certain situations. For other situations like this, where you're coming around corners and things, and it doesn't work as well. The only way this actually would work a little bit better, believe it or not, is to bring everything out from the main circle. But, and that's the other thing. If this were a circle, like an actual full circle, I might be able to do, something a little bit better, that would work. I'm trying to pull from a pre-existing build, and that's where we're having problems. If I did this initially, I could make my spacing, exactly the way I need it by creating the circle first. The full circle, this was not done as a full circle, it was done as a part circle, and then, use all of those other bits and pieces to kind of add in this. But the only other problem with that too is when you do the circle with the large scale pieces, with the flat portion of it, where the doorway is here, you can only come around, and still find your reference points without things building over your reference. So I can't do another cut in here because I lose my reference and I'm not in the same plane. So you have like some that are a little more forward, some are a little more back. Alright, so I need to start there. I need to start there, not somewhere in the middle and get all wacky. We need to just bring this down all the way to here, right? And then this one goes up, and then this one would go down. I think that might be it, because that would leave me enough space, wouldn't it, to sneak in there, wouldn't it? Or no, because it's like I need to kind of be, I wish these things would just snap. I wish there was a way we could snap a scaled part. Everything else, it would be so much easier, obviously. I wouldn't have to go through all of this. I don't mind it. I like problem solving. It's good for your brain. Not just for this particular thing, but problem solving for other things in life. All right, give me one moment here, folks. I need to run to the bathroom. My coffee decided it was ready to be expelled. So bear with me for a moment while I am walking downstairs to the bathroom with all of you. Believe me, I will be unplugging the mic. So give me just a second. I just don't want too much dead air time. That's not fun. Thank you for that. You just gotta, you gotta go, you gotta go. Okie dokie. How many people did we lose? Let's turn the heat up because it's freaking cold in here today. It's cold outside. It's kind of gray. It's another great cold day. Perfect for No Man's Sky and being out of work, I guess. Okay, close enough. All right, so let's get rid of that for now because we don't need it, right? So we can get rid of that because we have you. This we don't need because you're just getting in the way. And you're just measuring items. Now we need to bring that floor up to match the level of that, which is going to be 1, 2, and 2, it looks like. Or 1, 2, and 1. We're still going to have a wacky gap. Or will this do what I need it to do? Let's find out. Alright, so if I put a tether point in and lock this into place, we're coming to our second floor panel, which actually at that point we would probably need to put something in a different spot because, yes, and we'd actually probably have to also put the other one in afterwards, the angled part in secondly, because there's the intersect, and that again is where our problem is. So where I need to put this, so let's go let's go 1, 2, and 1. 2 and 2 is the spacing, but again, you know, we're dealing with, you know, odd fractional gappage, which they make a cream for that. No. We cannot. Come on, go where you are supposed to go, please. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Okay, pretty please with nip nip on top. Is it just me, or is everybody, like, getting button fumbly? I know I've been getting button fumbly lately. Like, too many button... I mean, not too many button choices, but more than we're used to. So I've been getting a little... No, not that one. This one, not that one. And I'm still got muscle memory from previous build mechanic. So now our reference, because we could go. Yeah, see, that's the thing. We gotta go down, and that's gonna still leave a freaking gap. But I think we can fill that gap. Okay, so if that's there, again, because our reference, the minute. No, I can bring that up, can't I? Can this? That should come up. Let's go up one. If it'll let me. I mean, there's a nice little gap there that I could potentially work with, but I hate when I see the ghost and it's like it should fall into place if you put your cursor where that dot is, but it does not. It's like, there's the ghost. It says it knows it can go there, but it does not want to seem to do so. Come ride the snappable struggle bus. It's gonna be a frustrating ride. There you are. Oh, I had it for a split second. that can be more frustrating when it's like right where you need it. It pops into place for like a millisecond and you're like, shit. See, but then where I need to be able to throw my reference point, although maybe not. Let's give it a shot. I could be. We might get lucky here. It's possible. Okay, so let's get rid of that and that. if I come through here, right? That's the middle of the floor, right? Kind of, sort of. If we want to put it like here, Fajinga, go to that. I have a feeling we need to be here. Let's go to that. We'll do the same thing as we were doing. So if we can go to this reference here. Oh. Let's go to that. Yeah. Get a little bit of bump when we hit that, or that could just be, yeah, there it is. Just a question of moving the camera about. Actually, it needs to go out further. Okay. And we have space. This works. Okay. We figured it out. Thank goodness. Now we just got to figure out where that needs to be referenced out. So it just needs to come out a little further, which is not a bad thing. Better than having to go in. Gives us more opportunity. Now, what if we come to here? I said it needed to be out a little bit, right? We went to that. That. Let's try this. We'll stay with a similar reference vibe here. I can see where the hell I'm going. Upside down, not a lot of fun. Can't see a freaking thing with that bloom. Hello games, please address the outrageous bloom on PlayStation 4 console. It is not very good. It ruins your beautiful game by washing out all of the beauty. Alright, we still got a gap. Now we're going to have to do some other minor adjustments. Son of a bitch. Alright, so this has got to come in a little bit more. Although, again, all of this stuff, it's like you change one thing, you're going to have to go back and change something else, to get what you want. Thankfully. Okay, so if I squeeze that in there, we might even be able to go up another notch. No, we can't, because then we lose our reference. Duh. Okay. So, still we got to draw this in. That's really what we need to do. We need to draw this in. We're going to draw into right about here. I mean, if we did the first black dot like the other one, well, let's find out. No, we're not going to. I know that's not going to be the right one. Let's try this double dash. The first double dash here. See, we had it. Then we changed it. Now we don't have it anymore. Now we got to freaking make adjustments. Okay, so that's too far. This is really nightmarish. This is not at all fun. This is the frustrating part. Once we get past this, everything else should be fun. But, okay, so that was too far in, right? Where'd we go on that last one? That, alright. That was too far in. Let's try this one. There we go. That's not bad. Where are we in relationship to this? So we need to still go out a little bit more. Okay. So need to go out more. Let's go to this pup right here. We already tried this one too, though, didn't we? I have a feeling we did. We are in that, like, it really probably needs to be, you know, somewhere here. So the only other thing I could think of to do, we said it needs to be out more, right? Yeah, where we've been going with this. We've been going here, that was too close. There, that was too close. Here should be where we want, but I think we've already tried this and we didn't care for it. That's correct. That's too far out. So we need to find a happy medium. Too far out, not far enough, this, that, and the other thing. Where is our next set of reference? Well, it looks like you. We need to come out into this thing here. And then if we just stay centered somehow. And then bring this down, which we don't want to do. Okay, again, now we're too... We can't win here. It's a freaking drag. So this needs to go even further out. See, we get too far out, and then we get a gap. And then we got to bring this back down. Or we got to bring it in, you know? So, which we can do. We can draw this in. So, let's see where we're sitting here. Now we're all actually pretty much on the same plane as everything here. This all kind of... Yeah, this needs to come out a little bit more. I mean, we do have a nice seam, you know? I mean, it does work. That's up. Not as far as this one, though. But again, we could drag this down a hair, and that should kind of take care of everything we need. That's up there. That's raised. That's just enough there. Alright, let's redo the upper part because... So now, okay, we did the double black dot, right? Or did we do... Yeah, we did the double black dot. So now we're going to do... At least we can get this stuff in without having to, you know, change too much. Okay, so we did the double black dot, but now we need to bring it down a little bit to match the other one. So we did... What do we say? The double dot closest to... Oh, wait a minute. That's our tether point, so oops. Okay, so we need this back. There we go. Okay, so I was like, we always need that extra floor panel so we know where we're going. We're gonna grab this puppy here. We're gonna dive up on in here. We did our first, okay, so our first thing that we said was the double dot was our, yeah, see, now we're locked. Okay, now here, shite. This is such a bitch. It really is such a bitch. It really is. Every single time you move something, you have to readjust it again. Okay, so, and we need to go top down. Okay, so if this is here, but then we're going to lose reference points because we pulled this in, and now blah, blah, blah. So if I remove that and that, which I shouldn't have done, but that's okay. We can always measure again. So now, we said we needed to move it in, right? We needed to move it down. So here's our problem. We can't. That's the reference we were using before. Now if I want to bring this in, you know, I'm kind of screwed. Shit. So if I bring this reference now to here, which would be our next point of reference, which might not even be enough. Actually, this might be the way to go. Yeah, who would have thought this would have been so difficult? But I'll tell you, it is like downright annoying. Because you know all you got to do is one side, get everything fixed on one side, then you just go and repeat everything on the other. You know. So if we go down with that, our reference is there. That pulls out to here, so we get rid of this now. Then this would have come up from here. Pain in my ass, I swear. 1, 2, and 2. That brings our floor panel back. To here. Remove that. Set our tether line back. Bring this in. Well, thank you for supporting me, even though I suck. And you're right, I do suck. I'm not very good at any of this. But I sure as hell do try. But I know I'm no genius at this. See, now we're like, okay, well, now we got to bring this in the match. Son of a bitch. So now again, here we are in the same predicament. Every single time we move something. Yeah, I know, skank. Me and Ballistic Cola have a thing too. So now I'm like, well, if I raise this up, to match, to get that in there the way it should, then it's going to be blah, blah, blah. This isn't quite matching. And this is what we do when we get to a point of frustration. We start from scratch. And that's the crazy thing. We're like, we're so close. We're fractionally close on this. We've got the base idea now. I do know that I need to start from those points. And I'm actually thinking of another idea now that may kind of solve the problem, but leave everything where they are on the angles, and then we just need to figure out the center, and that's it. The angles are fine. The angles are set where I like them. Their height-wise is fine. Now it's a question of just dealing with this freaking pain in the ass part. Which unfortunately is killing me at this point. Alright. Angle set. We are happy with that. Okay? That's why I reset, because I knew I was okay with this part. This is where we last saved. We were happy here. Now, we got to figure out how to stay happy. Gang, I figured as much, homie, by the way. Just to kind of get back on that. BC and I'm like, BC hates me. I don't know why he keeps showing up, Actually, he hasn't shown up in a bit. I got to show up in one of his streams, too, though. But he hasn't been playing No Man's Sky as much. He's been doing something else. And I may actually take a small stream break from No Man's Sky. Let me rephrase that. Not a small stream break. I may add in another game as well. Because, the building contractors would hate you for constantly knocking down and rebuilding stuff, but the end product would be cool. You been doing COD? Yeah, my brother got it for Christmas on his PlayStation 5. I was debating on getting it because we used to both just be COD insane. And then both of us kind of, we just kind of said, enough with this, enough with it. And then he got Ghost of Tsushima, and let me tell you, that game is freaking awesome. All right, let's start fresh with our center here. This is everything else we got. We like it. We're happy with it. Now we just got to figure this part out. Which I think we kind of did, but we just got to do it. Let's get these where they need to be. We're happy with that, okay? We like this. We're good with this. Let's carry out what we need to carry out, because otherwise we're gonna get all kinds of angry. We don't want to get all kinds of angry. But since we are happy with one part of it, we might as well just retain that, right? That's that. And then we need our tethering area to be added as well. I'm not sure what that is, so I'm not going to show it. It's a good friend of mine. Oh, Mr. Bot. Is there a bot? Thank you for getting that. You know, the funny thing is, and I apologize, little gear slippage there in my brain. I wanted to be an architect when I was in high school. They offered the course, and back then it was math, a lot of frickin' math. And because I was young and I didn't know any better, I said, no frickin' way, man, there's too much math. I want to hang out with my friends and get stoned. And here I am. Aren't you guys lucky? But yeah, I initially I used to draw. I mean, I was a tattoo artist professionally for 25 years, so I did a lot of drawing. But I used to spend time center, edge, center, edge. What is something different here? Am I really that? 1, 2, 3, center. 1, 2, 3, center. Am I gapped wrong? No, I'm okay. Okay, perspectively, I'm looking at things a little funky, I guess. But yeah, I thought about it. Used to draw houses and whatnot. No, I am. Something is. What did I do wrong? Am I in the wrong spot over here? No. Boonk. Center. Ah, okay. Something is amiss. Alright, here's my center for that one. Boom. There's the edge. Here's my center for this one. I messed up somewhere. Dunk. Dun dun dun. There's my center for that one. Edge. Center. What the f... One edge. Edge 1. Edge. Center. Edge. Why does that... What? Did I add an extra one? What is... Something looks funky here. 1, 2, 3. Boom. 1. There it is. I screwed up that one. That's what makes it look funky. You don't belong there. So, there we go. Center. Edge. Edge. Center. Edge. Edge. Center. Edge. Edge. Center. So center, edge, edge, center. Something's fucked up here. Am I short? Okay, you and you. I might be short. That's okay. 1, 2, 3. Center, yes. 1, 2. Center, yes. 1, 2. Center, yes. 1, 2. There it is. Center. There you are. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute, something's wrong. I think I was like, I'm short. I know I'm short. I can sense it. Okay, now we're back in business. Edge, edge, center. Edge, edge, no wait, center, edge, edge, center. There we go. Jesus, kid. Figure your stuff out. There. Perfect. Excuse me. There. Okay. Now we are where we need to be. Okay. We got that. Oh, nice. 4:40 p.m. I'm lying in bed with my cat instead of doing the housework. I blame you. Well, enjoy. Enjoy being in your bed, hanging out with your feline companion. Plenty of time for housework later. But yeah, that's what I did for a career for 25 years, but I was a tattoo artist. And then recently retired from it because, well, 25 years. It's a long time to do something. And I needed to do something new. I needed to expand my horizons, and a few other things. Tattooing being commission work wasn't very reliable. And with its popularity springing up, I was making less and less money due to more and more shops and more artists. And then people who thought they know what the hell they were doing, kitchen wizards, just killed the industry. Same with those silly reality TV shows. Yeah, oh, you know what? Thank you for reminding me. Where's my damn heating pad? It's a little chilly in here today. It's cold around here today. Okay, we're set up. Did we save? The answer is no. Excuse me. Woo! Some strong ass nip right there, my friends. Damn! Alright, we're set up. So each one of these, as we're bringing it down, we can get rid of that, right? So we bang, bang, bang. We're going to have to get rid of this to put in the next one. Okay, again, we got to... yeah, exactly, Skang. It frickin'... We call them the kitchen wizards. Kids who just frickin' tattoo their friends in any disgusting environment. I'm wondering if I should half this floor here. You know what I mean? Not mean, but we're not gonna. Alright, but it seems like I should, right? Doesn't it seem like I should kind of nudge this out? Start it all outside it a little bit, and then come back, put the flooring in afterwards? I mean, that kind of seems logical. But okay, if I put that in, get rid of that, we still retain our tether point area, yes. and that's on top. So if we're scooting this in, we're coming in through the bottom side on this because we want to face down, right? We're trying to mimic or mirror that particular thing. So if I come here, and that's 2 floors up from that space, if it will ever lock into place here. Because then if I can bring that other reference point through and still get to it, which I've totally forgotten now where it is. I think it's the black dot one here. I'm almost positive it is. Because this is our original. If this is the original on that, which, okay, let's just get rid of that for now. So we can get you in here. Now we can add you back in. Now we're going upside down on this, right? So we have some leeway with a couple of things, I think. So we lose our reference, which was the first black dot here. Okay, now we can't get to it. This is where our problems happen. So if I remove that, we still can't. Oh, now we can get to it. So now if we have that, that'll bring in here. Well, let's find out. Like this whole stream, unfortunately, may end up being just getting the spacing proper. We got up and down. Up and down is fine. I mean, you know, the angled bits are fine. Okay, so then we pop this in here, which is gonna, yeah, see, we can't see, so we'd have to make this up here. So we'd have to kind of do this here, which is gonna throw us off angled, unfortunately. And then, well, at least we still freaking match. Alright, so we know we can get away with that. That's still nice and flush. Yeah, that worked out pretty good, actually. Yep, it did. And then we need to take our scuba-doo right here, which if we put it there, okay, so that goes in. This can go like that. Hypothetically, let's put in our tether point. Well, we won't put in our tether point. We'll just pretend it's there for now. Then if I come through here, we hit there. So then, if I'm underneath this, like so, what if we use, this is our reference, and we're locked in here like so. Is this that issue of we need to bring it out or whatever? So if I come through here, and just kind of keep going, eventually you get to be about there, and you would end up here-ish. Okay. Come on, we just need this last part. We can move on. You're off to groceries. Alrighty, gang. Take care. Peter C. I went to Ash Practice page after your recommendation. That is some next level stuff, but I didn't see one building item us mortals would have access to. I see how their work is, yes, his work is amazing. You got to look closely. Because a lot of that stuff actually was done and built before we had the opportunity to scale up parts. And a lot of us were always bummed that we couldn't you know, scale up stuff because and now we can. And I'm thinking that part of the reason we can is because we were always like, man, I want to be able to, and Blender and stuff. And I think Hello Games was probably listening somehow and said, you know what? We know you can do it. It looks like it will do what you want it to do, and I think we can add it for you guys. And they did. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. You're awesome. Hello Games is awesome. They really are. Okay, so then that goes to that. And then goes to that. And then we just got to figure out our last bit of reference. Which, holy crap, we might not be too far away from. We may be able to get away with this crap. Alright, so where'd we go? We need to go out further. Yeah, here's our problem. It's that whole bit of... Okay, so we get that angled bit in, delete that, so that we can then throw this in place, right? We could even lower that one, I think, and get away with it, and then gap fill. So then, okay, we came out to here. But we kind of want to go, let's say, to here. Again, that frickin' bloom, man. Like, we really... Does a wire need to be that frickin' bright? Like, honestly? No. The wire does not need to be that bright. I mean, a little bit of light, yeah, but look at the bubble of light around that. That halo, one, should not look like a jelly bean. Okay? It should follow the curve. It should be considerably narrow. You should be looking at like maybe a 16th. Okay, there it is. Perfect. Right there. That's what we want. Fork, yeah, we got it. I'll take that. We got a halfway decent seam here. We do have a gap here, but I have an idea on how we might be able to fill it. And that would involve scooting you around and tucking you in. But we will talk about that later. I think if I just do something like this, we can seam it and call it a day. If I can gap fill this, we might be all right. Okay, you're upside down here, which I don't necessarily need. No, I want the other way. I don't want to be upside down. I would like to be right side up, please. But for now, I will look, and then we will make determinations afterwards. Right side up would be preferably here. And I believe that would do what I need it to do. Or the only other thing I could do would be, say I took this puppy here, if I had a vertical version of that, I mean a horizontal version of that rather, excuse me, which looks like I might here. And maybe do something like so, or put this at some form of an angle. Okay, how do we bring this down? We want to go, what, halfway? Look like? Go to a halfway point? Close. Still needs to come down. One lower. Excuse me. Or do we need to nudge that back up there? Yeah, we need to nudge it up. I'm thinking if I can get a gap fill going on here, shoot, then we're going to be alright. So I want to come down a quarter, I think. Or a little bit. Where's that nudger? Where's my nudger? There you are. Alright, let's still see. Why am I saying this? It shouldn't be there. The crud we go through sometimes, my friends, to get what we want. Okay, then you need to go out. I needed a break from all the other stuff. I'm like, screw this. I need to change my... I need to figure out the next portion of this, and I'm hoping this will work. Alright, so this needs to come out, oh, let's see, what, a couple of short walls maybe? There we have it. Good, nice little gap fill, right? Still should come out maybe one more, I'd say. Yeah, let's come out one more. Which, of course, is probably going to be too much. Yep. That looks like the extent of it right there. But that looks like ass, so no. What if we do it at that bit of an angle there? Because one more is too far, right? It's like too much. What would you do? You're weird, aren't you? You would do something that would not work. Okay. Gap fill. Just looking at gap fill. I mean, again, this works. It is, you know, it's there. We could, you know, raise this up maybe now. That's the only thing maybe. Alright, let's try raising it. Yeah, but we can't. Or can we? No, if we raise it up one, we're now right in the middle of this, which then kills this, so we kind of have no choice but to either, one, drop this down, or fill this gap. And I think the easiest solution in this case is to try to fill the gap. That's the only way I see this working. So, let's fill this gap. How can we fill this gap? Well, as stated before, we could run something like this through it. Can I flip that around? Do an up and a down, because that would be kind of cool actually. That'd be a neat gap fill. Can I do an opposing angle? I could. I'd have to do some weird separating bits, but that may be close. This would give us wacky bits. What I'm thinking is if I can get a wall right side up, Alright, let's flip this floor panel over here. That's an upside downer now. Actually, what is this right side up or upside down over here too? Yeah, these are all upside down. What the hell was I thinking? Alright, let's flip one of these. Oh, hey. There you are. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so again, we've got weird spacing all over the place. So we're going to be doing a lot of kind of weird nudging, gap filling, I have a feeling. Could it be this easy? Gotta get in the right direction though with that. No. Well, yeah, probably somewhere. Where? Could it be this easy? Can we bring that up to match or in? Or are we then looking at another? Yeah, no. Can I get that to oppose? I can. Okay. Just totally going to change crap, and then that's going to end up on the inside, which I don't think we want that. And it doesn't quite line up. Okay. So no. And you're not sticking to anything over here, are you? No. Okay. Not hitting any of these walls, right? Nope. Alright. You're going to be like that. I get it. Sorry, got all builder's quiety on you. Apologize. Figured you'd be happier than me flapping my gums, but... A mod Ash was using looked so handy. It let him snap any floor or wall on much more than just 90 degrees without having to use other items. Oh, I know which one you're talking about, yeah. Yeah, there's some of the stuff, man, that you can do with, Blender and PC is pretty freaking amazing. But yeah, Ash is, he's got that eye, you know what I mean? He's a super nice guy too. To boot. And we're going to be right back where we started. Aren't we? Yes, we are. Hand place? You know how that gets. It gets a little too... Especially because we need to expand out on this, so... Unfortunately... Yeah, but we sort of need to. That's the downside. We're in that, I need to be here-ish. Alright, what are our other options here? Let's take a look. Do we have to have some other options that might work? I mean, we could run... I don't want to get it too convoluted, though, you know what I mean? We're kind of stuck. Even though we have more parts, doesn't it seem like it's still quite not enough? What about you? Let me see you. What do you stick to? Do you stick to anything that's worthwhile? You kind of do. And do you double up on yourself in a weird way, I thought? No, you just... that. I mean, that would probably work. Something like that. But again, it's, I don't want to hand place. That's not my bag, baby. I'm being quiet as well, building a dome for my Mars. Nice, right on. I'm going to build a dome one of these days. Pez gave me the link to that tutorial for it, so I may... Ooh, what about you? Let's go old school. I didn't even think about some old school stuff here, my friends. Let's get some old school action. Will this work? That would be killer. Bring back some OG. Wow, it's a significantly different size difference, though, huh? Wow. go with some OG part right here, my friends. These OG parts are actually really good. Oh, baby, I think we may have found it. We may have found our gap filler. I think we have. I think we have. I think we have. Follows that up angle, follows that other angle. Yeah, buddy. We freaking have it. Old school to the rescue. And look at how dope that looks right there anyway. Yeah, old school pieces. Gotta love them. Old school to the rescue. It had that same angle follow right there. See how that breaches right up into that? That is the key right there. We're going to change the color. And we're going to do one other little doohickey. We ain't even need to bring it in that other level, but yeah, buddies. That is going to be our gap filler. Do a little color change on that, and I think we will be good. Good, good, good. Thank goodness. We're going to have to do some color dot, but what does happen here? Anything? Or are you like still too far out? See, there's these little fractional bits that I wish I could. You know what I mean? Because why does that look like it should be out more, but it's not? So that's okay. Let's do that, and then we'll do a half. We'll do this as a weird thing. It's going to be a little weird, but we're going to do it. I think that'll work. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yep, okay, so that. Just want to see what happens if we put that in half. The dome tutorial cutting. Forgot about the OGs. How could I forget about my OG pieces, man? OG is where it's at. Uh-oh. Where the hell did you go? You went somewhere. I don't know where, but we're gonna find you. I hope. Oh, that's right. It goes. Duh. That's what happened. Idiot. It's a floor panel, buddy. Doesn't turn into a frickin'. And there we have it. Once we change the color on that, that will work brilliantly. I am stoked. Where's the texture? Oh, that's right. You couldn't texture these initially either. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna have to make some. We're gonna have to brig it. That works too. But the texture, if we add the texture in, it'll look a lot better. But yep, there it is. There's our gap fill. Freaking stoke. We'll change the color and we'll be fine. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. It just breaks up that straight line all the way down, you know, that straight gap. It's okay if it has this little bit, you know, little gap here. We can fill those with stuff or leave it because it looks just fine. You know, we could even could probably even carry this in. Yeah. No, not even. Now that looks ass. That looks ass. So does that. So we're not going to do that. But this adds a neat other texture to it. You know, I'm totally fine with this. What's it do on the interior, if anything? It does change our interior, so this actually might not be what I want. No. In fact... Scheiße. Well, maybe, but not that color, obviously. Is that the piece right there? Is it the entirety? Or is that a second one? Because that looks like the base of one and something else of another, but it's not. Okay. Can we bring that down any? Yes. Right? Then we take a floor panel off that. Let's bring it down. Because no, you're a wall, right? So yeah, no, wait. That's a floor panel, but I can still push it down. Okay. So if I can go down a nudge, maybe? Now we're too far down. Okay, shit. Always, always, always something, huh? I was hoping I could get it to the point where, you know, that slope would meet that other point. Oh, I'm sorry, Katrine. I'd like to know if someone else has done a video on building domes because I think I've worked out a new method, and if it's not new, I'd like to credit you did. No, I did not find anything on that level. Beeblebum. More than likely, Beeblebum found whatever. I think if you're talking about that wire thing I was doing, yeah, Beeble had already done that. So check out Beeblebum's channel. He is obviously notorious for amazing tutorial videos. So basically at the moment I'm just like, what can I freaking do to fill the gap in an appropriate manner, which would be that right there, but how would I bring that down? Or up? Hold on. But again, too big. It's too big of a part. It needs to go in sideways, and we're blah blah blah. So I'm gonna have to rotate a bunch of crap, and I don't want to do that. I could bring that in. Because that actually would be kind of cool, but now I'm using... Now I'm using another part. Shit, what am I rocking off of here? No, maybe? And then still I'd have to... Right, you can go away. Let's start our... We have the possibility of the old school piece. Let's get rid of our distractions. Just make sure we didn't delete anything by accident real quick. Oh, that still looks intact, thankfully enough. Yeah, I just, what you just said, I try to do what works for me. And sometimes I'll catch part of a tutorial and I'll use part of it, and then, this, that, and the other thing. Or I'll randomly stumble on a technique that somebody's already, put out as a tutorial, and I just didn't catch it. What can I add here? What can I do? Oh, you know what? Wait a minute. What am I thinking? We have universal adjacency. We have universal adjacency. I can do something else here, can't I, mister? Yes, we can. We didn't even think about that. We didn't even think about that. That's a good idea now, isn't it? Come on now, if you can find a spot to stick. Bink. Bink. Okay, if I do that. What if I just drop that? See it too. Like sometimes there's simpler solutions than I'm going for sometimes. As we discovered yesterday when it came to flipping my angle over, and I just was like, why didn't I think of that? The block, the stupid block. We need something more in the middle. So that needs to go where? How do we get that in the middle? We've already done that, right? That's that one. So we don't really have a middle on that, middle ground. That's as close as we got. Okay. So, what can we universal adjacency into that? And it has to blah blah blah. What goes in sideways? Where are you? That would be funny. You end up in the middle though, don't you? But you kind of solve two problems in a weird way. Okay, now if I can put that in. If I can do you. far out, aren't you? Yep. Everything is this weird little freaking fractional bit. Well, I could tuck that in too, though. No, alright, that's too much anyway. Forkentimer. Alright, we'll deal with the gap after. Let's get back to... We just needed a break from our... We needed a break from our other bit. That was just too much. Wait a minute. Did I just see my problem solved right there? Probably not, but we're going to try anyway. Just because everything else is upside down, I'm just going to keep it that way for now. And now all of this frickin' moving crap around and doing other things, now we got to frickin' remember all of our reference. And that's, you know, one of the reasons why not always a great idea to take a break from what you're working on. Although sometimes it helps. A good portion of the time it helps. I'm debating a reload. When's the last time we saved? We do know that we have to come in through here to make this gap. We do know that we came, each one of these was the... It's either the black dot reference or it's the other one. Ballisticola. Oh yeah, Ballisticola. Oh geez, that's an old method. Oh, although he may have added a new one. I have not been to his channel in, well, honestly, too long. Alright, we know we started on that one, and then we had to do that one so we can come off that, and then that was going to be up there, and then we have the same gap downstairs. So, we're pretty close to what we need here, I think. So, let's do that. Let's get that rolling. Okay. This is how far away again? 2 and something? Just 2? Okay. So 1 and 2. But it's actually not. It is only 1, right? Yeah. So now we're going to come off of that one, which is here. Actually, no, we need to come down a little further. Yeah, okay, it is one more. Okay, good. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Now we're too high. Trust your instincts. Go with your feelings. Trust your feelings, Luke. But it's actually too low. We do have a different weirdo gap. Okay, so we're coming flat off of this gap, or of that angle rather, excuse me. So we want to do the same here, which is what? Not that. We need to lower that. Differently, because again, the freaking gaps in here are bizarre. We're going to put 2 just in case. Look like that. We're going to put 3 because for some reason it seems to stick better with 3. And it did for a second, and then I lost it. Son of a biscuit, get in your placement. Thank you. Whoop. Thank you. There you go. Alright, so then that's that. Bink, bink, and bink. You are just our center line, which we have here. That's what we start with. Okay. I don't know what you are. Are you important? No. You're important. And all of you in chat are important. That is frickin' truth right there, my friends. You guys are frickin' And it looks like we were already here to boot. Okay. To boot. And then this would go, because we're now in that angle is already set. So now we should be able to come through here. Bink. 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 Set our tether. Bonk and bonk. Or bink and bink, rather. We haven't gotten to bonk. And then we go here. And then we go bink. And if we think we did this one right. Got a problem with them right there, but we'll deal with that after. And then we go bonk. What do we got here? Are we at least level or no? No, we are using the wrong reference, which is okay. But we should have an interesting... Alright, so we need to go out with our reference. Where was that reference point that we used for up there? It was... Where? Where was it? So we have a pretty flat run here, right? Was it this? This one we just did? We needed to go outwards. Okay, that's right. We needed to go out. So where the hell was that reference point then? So we were too far in before we're going to say, oh, try this one here. Was that it? This weird one? Nope. Now we're too far out. Oh no, wait. No, we're still not too. We're still not right. So we need to go further out. Okay. Damn, where was that? Where is that reference point? Where did we have that set? Oh, wait a minute. I know why I'm doing this wrong. Because it's outside in. The tether should have been... Okay. Tether should have been... I should have put the tether out here. That's why I'm confusing myself. So now we would go here, I think. To this black dot. Actually, no, we would go to here, I think. Too far out. So then we would go to this. Or it's going to be like in a seam or something. Close. Way too far out now. Not quite far enough. Okay, so we need to go... Where is that fucking reference? Where did I put it? We're going upwards here, right? Yes. The first one we put in was... Or am I going the wrong frickin' way? No, I'm going the right way. That first one we put in was upside down. Now we need to put the right side up one in. Do we also need to raise this up? I don't think so. No, we just got to find the right forward and back here. Alright, so we need to bring this back. Where are we bringing this to? Where the hell are you supposed to go? Well, you know what? I got a better idea. Let's move you. Because you... Yeah. Hold on. What the Forkenheimer? Am I too far back or too far forward? I don't know. I keep thinking I'm too far forward, but... And again, we're coming up from a different angle, so... Okay, we just did that seam, and that put us too far forward, so we gotta bring that back. Or do we? Why do I want to say that looks okay? Doesn't. It's not, but it's close, right? Yeah, we gotta bring it back a little bit more. Alright, so we went to the seam on that one, right there. It needs to come further back. Where do we go? We went to that. So then it's what, here? How about right here? It's like those two bow, you know, the two parts that bow out need to meet properly. Okay, we still gotta bring it back. Damn it. How far back do we need to take this freaking thing? I know where. I'm getting... I know where. It's gotta be here. No. Oh, shoot. That's my upside down I deleted. Son of a bitch. That's okay. Let's put the right side up one in first. Anyway. Alright, let's do that. Let's put the right side up one in first, and we'll do the upside down one. We want to be... Where do we want to be with that? We want to be like here-ish, right? So... Alright, let's start, yeah, we'll start with the bottom one. That makes more sense. I think we need to actually bring this down too, to lock it into place. I think it needs to go, we're saying I keep need to go in more, right? Is that what I keep saying? So, if this is our reference for the other one, which was the set of dots, from our glitch or a tether point, right? So that's that, which then lines up pretty good with that, right? issue here, though. But that should get taken care of with our next bit, yes? Or no? No. What the heck? And then this would be same spot, right? Would be the closest dot. Set of dots right here to the center. Right about there. And that should put us opposing properly, yes. That looks good, I think. Yep. Okay, so now we're opposed properly, but now, again... now we gotta go out. Okay, so we have the angles in first, then we do this part. We start with the bottom, add in the top. Find where the bottom needs to be, then add in the top. Okay, we just need to come out. I think I know where we need to be now. But after frickin' hours, 3 frickin' hours to try to figure out all this spacing. Like, seriously, that's ridiculous. But it's so weirdly fractional, you know, as it goes around that it you know, unfortunately is what I'm dealing with. Get a gap. We can drop that down one now, can't we? It'd still be okay. Yeah, let's drop that down. I think that actually would be the way to do it. Which then would give us even more room. So we could bring that in, drop that down. Yeah, let's drop that down one. Okay, sorry, you guys are going to have to deal with my real craziness right now as I talk this out to myself, so I apologize. So if we drop that down, we're still going to be in the same areas. We did already try that, but I think now that we do it like this, we drop that down. No, because then we're covering... No, we're still good. We need to move this. We do this first. Still leave us our gap to get to. So we can drop that down. We can drop this down, but no, we can't. Because if we drop this down, then we're in... Okay, so here's that. Okay, but we can bring this forward and change that marking, which is probably what we need to do. Again, we should probably get this done first, then make sure we can still do our other parts, though. That's... Man, this is going to piss me off. The only other thing I'm going to say, and I know, I figured I could do the exact same thing side to side, but I couldn't. The spacing became different. Every side, like the two sides here, were different than the angled sides. You know, because we're at an angle. Then we go to a flat, and then it's an angle and a flat. Plus we got fold over, so there's, you know, all kinds of wackiness happening here. And then this would be here, which would allow us to do what? Drop it down. But we don't want to do that. We want to raise it up. Outwards, which would then bring that out. or we're just dealing with the exact same freaking gaps. Either way I look at it. It's one of the two. So it's either a gap there or a gap over here. Like you make the call. Where do you want your gap to be? There it is. Same, gap, fill in gap. Screw it. Good. We got it. Yeehaw. That's it. That's how we do it. That's the only solution I see. Without doing some finagling, some just little bits and pieces. I think here I just got to figure out how to fill the gap, and we call it a day. That's it. Just the floor is going to be in a different spot, obviously. So we have that. Now we have, it's different. It's not what I initially anticipated. The only other crazy wacko solution I could do would be, and I had a different window look here before. But to try and do it that way means, a whole different style of spacing. The only other thing I'm thinking is maybe not this window as the center window, just because I don't like the look of that crossed bit in here. I'm not entirely stoked with that. It is similar, if not exacting. But I really don't like it. One, could just be the part too. I don't like that window. I mean, if we did a different, maybe if we did, I mean, I don't have a lot of choices. We did this, we're closing it off. So I might as well just do that and call it a day. We could do the old school piece. Yeah, I'm not happy with this. I mean, it's this one freaking part area, this one thing. It's either that, and this is why I'm afraid to go into a regular camera. Now, I could just do one window here. Have it run along, and then do, another type of gap fill, to fill in for the other window, by using like a wall or something, Me and my Shut up with the you should stop using, Close, but not quite. I would like to just have this go all the way around and be the same, but it won't be. It's the way it is. I have to accept that. And the main reason being is I cannot get to certain reference areas once I make these larger. It's just they fold down and through or over, because they're so much thicker that it covers up the next set of reference. I can't get in there. And you start throwing short walls in to try to sneak the camera in there, and before you know it, you're just making a gigantic mess. My only other thought would be to just put the floor panel in the middle, glitch one on top, one on the bottom, fill that seam. You know what I mean? That's the only other option I can think of. Bop, bop, fill gap. Let's take a look at that. I go in the middle, which I think is this. Yeah, that's the middle. Go one here to here, Actually, I had to drop it 2, so that's even if I can get in there. And then, again, fill the gap. So there's 1, 2, 1, 2. Get rid of you, get rid of you. Add you, add you. For now, get rid of you and you, so I can see what the hell I'm doing. And you. That better not be snowflakes I just saw outside my window. And then remove all of you, blah, 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 blah. And again, though, I'm losing reference the minute I do that, right? Because then that's going to be up there, and then that's going to cover that spot. Like in my head, I'm like, it's a spacing thing. It's add this in first, then put that in. Idiot, stop saying that. Need some electroshock therapy, maybe. Excuse me. I'm just thinking if maybe it's a part placement order, so I don't cover my reference. Plus an additional spacing reference. Man, why does this have to be so damn tricky? It's one spot. Yeah, pavers or cubes might work too. Good thought. Yeah, that's a different height factor. Thank you. That's the things, like when I finally looked at the cube and I'm like, oh, that's how I changed that angle to the opposite way. I just frickin' put a cube on there and then blam, 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 there it was. Paver might be enough of a spacing. You are correct on that. I'm wondering... It's just I know that when I bring this floor panel down too from the center one, that center line, the top of the right side up one merges well with where we are. So if I put that in, I'd still need to do the opposite way. So which actually I would come down, right? And then go back up. Oh, yeah, right? If I'm going upside down? No. How to confuse Kevin. Fucking too many things in your view. All right, I know. Okay, so I bring the first, if that bottom floor panel there, this one here, if I put a wall scaled, it's going to be in the right spot that way. But it's going to be different here because the gap is different for for some reason. Which I'd probably have to do a short wall kind of play around. Peter C, yes, it's the same thing. I gutted it. I took all the planners out. I took everything out. I re-centered everything off of what I was working with. Brought this window so that it started at this edge, not halfway in, which looked weird. And then when I put the lights on top, I noticed I had to nudge things around, and I'm like, that's not going to work. I just want my center line to work. I just would have to have in between. So, I was like, this needs to get torn down and started again, hence the title, Break It Down, Build It Back Better. So I broke all of this down except for the flat part, because that is what I want. That's the thing I need. Okay, but now if we look at our gap, all right, so pop this one in here, right? Do we have another electrical connector anywhere near here? No, good. Okay. So I know that if I put this one in here, I think, and getting the right references, of course, paramount, but if I bring it down, and I'm not going to tether it, I'm just going to place it. If I bring it in here, I'm down two short walls, right? Came down 2 short walls from the center, pop that in there. This meets here beautifully, right? Perfectly, actually. Obviously not twisted, and that's why I would tether it. But it we've got a nice blend here, okay? So now to do the same thing down below, it would be right side up, which I don't want. I want it upside down now. So now, to go upside down and still be in the same spot, would I go just right from where I started here, and then I have just one gap to fill? Right down kind of this line here? Or is this going to go too far down, which I think is what is going to happen? So if we're upside down, we start here, we're going to end up blocking that window out on the bottom, right? Or well, let's find out. Let's just do it. I mean, we need to see it. Let's freaking do it. We tether it later if we like it, right? But I want to go upside down. That's the whole point. So that, when things move, when things are where they are, I mean, as the angles change, everything works. I can't explain it without showing you. All right, so if I go here, right, which would be not that. But again, the problem being is we're dealing with scaled parts. So putting them in requires that tether line, which requires, and I could just drop this down one maybe here. But I can't bring it up. Because if I do, the minute I bring it up, then we lose our down. You know what I'm saying? We end up crossing paths, and we can't access the proper reference to put things in line. And you end up with a wonky bit that you just, and this is twisted, I know that, but we're not looking for twisted right now. We're looking for gap in where this needs to be. So that, oh yeah, okay, that needs to come in. So that's going to come down if I bring this in. So this needs to come up. So again, it would need to start at the same spot, which I can't do. Or can I? I can. Hold on. No, I can't. This has to come down, then that needs to go up. Because if I start here, right, this is where I'm starting, which is the good place. So if we go, let's do our underneath one, which would be what, here? Which is too... Or can I, or am I going to have to bring something up first, then do something that, and then blah, 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 to bring this up? Okay, so here's our, see where our upside down goes first, and then we'll go. Too far out. Shit. Alright, upside down cuts through. Then we could put the right side up here. We still have a gap that we're going to have to contend with, but where did I just where does this glitch in? That's actually, let me see that. That, oh no, that was up there. Okay. So that, it lays in at that spot. And this just puts us back where we were at that other point, right? Okay, so that goes here. Gives us a different gap, so I'd have to bring that in. Or out more, Jesus Christ. And then this is that. So we gotta, yeah, this is our choice right here. This is it. Down from there, up from there. Unless... only other thing I could think of would be to, because this is our flat spot, and there's, okay, each one of the flat spots is different, which means I think I know what to do. We may need to do a whole other kind of setup. Alright, so if I glitch this here, which is 2 up from center, that's my down, again, we lose. If I glitch it here, we still have room to put in our up, but that doesn't work. And then if we do it here and here like we did, I think we have that same, yeah, we have that weird window, right? Okay, first block down on the bottom. And that's really where that needs to be. Or I need to get that upside down one to be in that spot. Okay, we're starting here. If I flip this now, it's too far in, so I would have to do it upside down from the other, or I would just go straight up and down with this using something completely different, not the window. Which would chuck our look, or we could do that. Looks like S, so we'd have to bring that down, which again we lose our reference. And this looks like junk. So our upside down needs to be first, I think. And it needs to start in the same place where this one, where our right side up would end. What if I did... You can't, because then you have that issue. What if I did... Okay. Can we do this? How do we do this? The biggest problem is we cannot... Is this upside down? It is. Okay. I have an idea. I don't know if it's going to work. But we're going to try it. You're going to put me at an angle, though. You are, you bastard. You're going to put me at an angle. So that isn't going to work. Okay. much of an angle? How much of an angle? But we did manage to shoot upwards. And it's a little bit of an angle. How do we do that? There's our key. There's our solution. That's what we need. How do we do that? Okay, here we go. Now we're thinking. How do we do that down here? Because that would put, we could use the same floor panel. How do we get an upside down wire rolling on an ups? Does that transfer? No. The minute I put it down here, it becomes right side up, correct? Upside down here. What if I do this? Will this do what I need? No, because I can see it. It's twisted. Yeah, it is. But is this still giving me upside down? No, it transfers back to right side up. Okay, so no on that. But now, how do I get that to be there? At the same height as the floor panel. Pill light? No, because again, I'd have to, how would he do that? How can I do this? How can I do this? How can I do this? I can't go switch to switch because the minute I hit, that's going to be too high. What if I put the switch, what if I glitch the switch in and then maybe it's raised up just enough to do a reverse? Because you, and if I bring you down and glitch you in, you're gonna not, are you gonna be about halfway? And unfortunately all this shit is upside down, so that doesn't help me any. That's going to go upside down anyway, so we would need you instead, right? But no, because now you're underneath. But where do you go? Are you high enough where you do the same thing as... No, you wouldn't. Okay. So no. No on that as well. Alright, that looks good. Now how do we fix the next part? Do I just put it to the point where it's blending next to each other? But no, because then it's just it's not in the same spot. That's the next one would be too far back. I can't drop it because we're already too low from there. If I glitch it in from the bottom of the one that's above where we just glitched, then we lose our next spot, if I put this in at the other one, we're too high. So if we put that in here, we're too high. And then this will be up here. And then this would be sticking way the hell out there. I'm okay with this seam. That works okay. Or we... What? What do we do? What the f do we do here? Or we do what? This? Freaking crap fill? I don't want a crap fill. We could. But it's going to look like ass. It's going to look like we tried to fill it like that. I mean, is that so bad? But see, this is, you know, this is where that's the, you know, the problem we're contending with here. It's that we don't, you know, when I'm not facing the right ways here, but there we go. I mean, that's not horrible, right? He says unconvincingly. I mean, it would be the same on both sides. It just, you know, I had an image of a window there for me, you know? I mean, it works. I'd rather flip it, but, you know, that other one, so that it, you know, this and this angle match. I could get away with it. It's not ideal. but we can get away with it. It's not, definitely is not ideal. Um, but again, this is that, you know, I may need to make a concession here and just, you know, call it as I see it, you know. Oh, you're sharing space. Okay, you don't want to share space. I get it. That's why you are doing what you're doing right there. Because you don't want to be in the same spot. Yeah, I think we're going to have to do that. I don't want to. I really don't. It doesn't look appropriate to me. Fuck. Oh, yeah, you're doubled up, so, okay. It'd be like a poor play on the whole frickin' thing, you know what I mean? Be like, yep. We know what you wanted to do. But we noticed you didn't. Come on. Can you spell frustration? I sure can. N-O-M-A-N-S K-Y. Building. But see, there's our gap problem. That one freaking bit. You know? And it's just... I just can't seem to figure out how to cross that over right. Married Shades, what's going on? Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I'm at a loss here for a minute. I do not know how to contend with this gap. Something tells me I need to put the bottom in first. My upside down one needs to start here. And then that way it can come up to somewhere here. But And then I got to somehow manage to put this back into place. So what if I drop this? Boom, boom. That still leaves me room for my reference. Right? So if we drop this, 2. Our problem is the upside down glitch portion. That's where we're having an issue. So what if we... I guess our gap needs to be here somewhere then, up here. So if we drop this... Again, we can't. We're too low already. We can't drop it any further. If anything, we need to go higher. And then that... And then we put in our lower one. This has to be possible. What am I missing? What am I overlooking? I'm overlooking something. I know I am. Is it part placement? Like, is it, do I put this one in first and then that one? You guys, somebody help me. I'm losing it today. It's right here. I see it. I know there's a possibility of it. I did it down there. Why can't I do it right here? It's because our fold over. The only other thing... Okay. This is my other solution. It's not as pretty. It doesn't quite do what I want. But it'll work. We'll get a similar look, but it'll be flat. That's what I don't want. What if I take a block instead of a floor panel? No, because we need to be in the middle of that block every time. But no, that doesn't work either. It's the reference. We're losing reference. Our problem is we're losing our reference point. That's our problem. Because I'm skimming down past. Either that or I have to leave a gap, but then... Upside down on the plane my avatar is standing on. Okay. You know what? It might be that simple, bro. You might be onto something there. Okay, so if I do the upside down one here first, no, it won't. Again, the problem being this floor panel here is where this one comes up from. If I glitch from here, it's going to shoot down and it's going to take up this space which is covering our reference. It's our, you know, it's where, because we're scaling pieces up, it's our reference for the tether. In order to follow the straightest line possible and not have it skewed off as it, you know, it takes a hard turn as it gets near the end of this, I need the tether point to line it up and keep it as parallel as possible. Ow. And because the gap is different than the sides, or the angled versions, and it is, believe it or not, it doesn't quite play the same as it did up there. Or does it, and I'm just losing it. Alright, so here's our top and bottom. I mean our left and right, our side, our angled bit. But as soon as this comes through here, alright, so this is, okay, that's that. Just get our tethered look here. Okay, so these are going to provide this angle here. Boom, boom. Right? Which then, this is where we lie our problem. We get a little narrower here. Then our glitch point is from here to this black dot here. Or am I backwards here? Hold on, no, that's too far, isn't it? Yeah, no, no, no. Or is it? Second floor panel. Carry that down. First black dot towards the center, right? Yep, first black dot towards the center. Okay. So, or is that from here? That's here in. All right. Yeah, it's not that far. Duh, idiot. It's this one. So here's our tether. We come into the first black dot. Yes, that should be this one here. Okay. And just for quickness, I just want to make sure. But yes. So it's here. Okay, so that's that right there. So we need to be able to get our electrical connector to here. Let's look at this from a different perspective. Let's see if we can maybe think about it in another way. Alright, we like where the, except for this needs to be brought in, but we like where this intersects. It just needs to be pulled in. Okay, so we don't need this right now. That's our, this is where we want to be for our right side up. This is where this needs to be. which is 2 down from our center line. Which should be this one here. Yes, okay. So, that's where our right side up one needs to start. Okay. That's where you need to start. If we start our upside down where it would need to be, which would be like here, we cut through, we lose reference. If we start our upside down here, we cut down and we cut through here, and it looks like ass. If we do the flippy flip where we had it, upside down, right side up in the same spot, it looks like ass. Or if we upside down it from here, it's still too much. It's too far down, rather, excuse me. So if and even from here, if we try to do it from here, it shoots down, and we end up with but you can't have a different reference. Well, we could actually. It's not entirely true. But if we're trying to retain the same look up here, where this ends, right about this line here, a little lower, then we come down here, and this ends right around the same line. So we've got a good, those two areas are fine. Like, worst case scenario on the upper one, I smoosh it down like a fraction of a fraction, right? To line it up a little bit lower on that. But that's not gonna change anything. What I need is something that, one, doesn't exist. I need a right side up and an upside down electrical contact in the same spot. But you can't do that because it once you put those two together, it cancels out. You can't do unless and what? Unless what? Unless what? Unless I do, I can't. Again, it's a question of we can't scale, you can't just take a scaled piece and snap it to something. I can't just put it to an electrical connector and build and have it come out scaled. I have to draw the wire out. No, too much work. It's an obvious solution I know I'm missing. Is this even right? No, it's not. No, 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 it's not. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. I'm a moron. I just figured it out. I just figured it out. I'm an idiot. That's my problem. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm going in the wrong directions. I'm thinking of one. I'm thinking of trying to match something I can't match, and I need to do the exact opposite here. Because I'm going around on these. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I have it. I think I'm about as dumb gets right now. We still have a gap problem, but it's not nearly as bad as I thought. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. It's the only solution I see right now. It's going to be a shite looking window, but I got to go upside down on the top, right side up from the bottom where those floor panels are currently sitting. It's going to give us that other look, but it's the only solution without crossing over our reference. Each one of these parts need to start at that edge of that floor, right? I mean, of the angled window, rather, excuse me. So it has to start there. That's where it meets. But my problem is I'm starting my right side up in the wrong spot. We need to start with the upside down up top, then have the right side up from the bottom, which gives us more than enough room to sneak in there. In fact, it gives us plenty of room to even raise one of the lower portion up if we need to, if it's too low. Then we could just take one section, rise it up. Whatever we get for a pattern is fine. It's just we can't switch from gigantic window to a bunch of little tiny regular size ones to fill in the gap. It just doesn't look right. You know, there's something not quite right about it. Now, we don't need to do a window necessarily, because if the window looks like ash, we'll just switch it to a wall. It doesn't. I would like to see a window, because as you're walking by it, I would like to see the the interior. I am going to keep the interior kind of a neat little surprise if I can figure that out, which I think I can. That's a little easier to deal with. That's just a flip of a floor panel. And really it's just time consuming because it's repetition, the same thing over and over and over and over again. But I think I can do the interior sort of neat. I've got an idea for it. We'll just see if it works. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is we got to go upside down at the top, right side up at the bottom. We'll meet in the middle somewhere, and we're going to have an ugly window, or we'll switch it to something else. But that's the only solution I see. Without, we could draw the windows in from there, but yeah, the top needs to be upside down, the bottom is our right side up. That's the solution. We just need to make we're probably going to need to pull things in a little bit maybe, or up or down on one of them in order to make it work. But I think that's, again, something you got to stare at it from another angle sometimes to kind of look and figure this crap out. So if instead of here, Well, let's see where this other one ends up first, right? Let's do that. I want to tether it because I want to see it straight. It's already tethered. Okay, so we were already tethered for this. We've done this, so we know we're going to get a certain look here. Okay, but I don't see another way to get about without losing reference. And we should be what here? Son of a bitch. I hate that. Yeah, let's, struggle for getting a reference. And then miss. It's like my pet peeve. Or do I need to be somewhere else here? No. We decided this was the spot, I think. The double dot. Not the double dash. The double dot. Should fold us in appropriately, right? We may even need to change this reference just to make it work, because it's upside down, so it's thinner at the top. Or it will be thinner at the top than at the bottom. Son of a... Yeah, so then U, which would be my up, which would fit perfectly, correct? We've already determined that. Would be this one, right? So, we would get rid of this floor panel here, whatever this garbage is. And then, but again, this is our perfect up and down, which immediately, if I put it in, we lose our reference for the top. And I can't change the reference. I can bring this out. But see how this, son of a bitch. Our reference is off again. This is a pain. This has been a nightmare for me, I gotta be honest. I have not enjoyed this part. Once I get it, everything else after that is cakewalk. It's a cakewalk. Just to see where this ends up. I don't care. I'm just, at this point, I need to see what I'm gonna do here. Okay, so that needs to come in a little bit more. That still gives us our gap. What if I just drop it from here and go up? So if I bring that up, no, we can't, because we got to start it from the bottom. So just for spacings, let's see what the fuck we got here. Alright, so that's the window we'll end up with, which would be that crossover, which I don't like. It looks like ass. So this would have to come down, which then, are we going to lose our reference if we do that? And then we're going to have to put in, you know, something in order here. Because if I bring this down, put that in, cut it. Alright, this ain't gonna work. The spacing's off. That's, the spacing is off. If I bring this down, now we're cutting off. Or are we? Let's find out. Alright, so that's going to cut through. First reference would be here. So you're going to go in afterwards, right? Sure, why not? So you would go up here to our right here. And then, do I lose reference here? No. Okay. So we drop that. This stays. I think you need to come all the way over to here. So we get weird reference. Okay, what about here? No, you'd be here, wouldn't you? Yes. First dot closest to the center. That one. Nope. Or yes. No. You need to come in. Okay, more, way more. Or you need to go out more, actually, is what your problem is. Alright, so you need to come out. Alright, you need out. So, oh yeah, this is our problem here. So here's that. You need to come a different direction. We still can gather our reference point here. I think, right? Goes to the first black dot. We're going to be freaking losing our minds trying to get at it. This comes to here. And then again. Now we come down from here. And this should come down to what, here? No. Where's that floor panel I just took from? That's that one. So this should go to here, right? to the black dot, correct? Frustration loading. And then we're closed off. Lined up. We're closed off. We have a little teeny tiny window. But not ideal. Keeps the same shape though. For some reason we lose. We can't why can't I separate that enough? Because we end up in the next thing. That's why. And again, this is too far out. We need to come in or go out more. Shit. We end up with an ugly ass freaking window. That's the problem. We were too far in on the black dot. We need to come way out here. No. Too far in on the black dot. Yeah, we do. We need to come to like here. Alright, let's try this one. Go out a little bit further, but that's actually a decent seam right there. Yeah, that locks in pretty good right there. Okay, we'll leave that. No, I don't want to. Can I raise that up a little bit? Nope. I can't. That's the problem. That's my problem. I can't raise it up any. This needs to come out to about right on the same panel as this one. Okay. Thank you guys for hanging out, man. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You truly are. I don't think you realize it, but you bloody are. So we're on the same panel here. We're going from the outside. We need to come to here, maybe. That first double dash. Same fluid panel. Come on, get in there. Come on, reference. Yep, good luck working upside down. Too far. Just fucking pain in the ass. What the ever loving flurgensturgens. This is a frickin' nightmare. Too far out. Too far in. Alright, so beginning to really get frustrated here. I'm just going to go from each mark until I get something I like. That's in. What a piece of crap. What did I just do? Here? Yeah, because it laid down. That dips up. Hard to keep a center line there. You can't see anything. I mean, we can reference, you know, pretty decently, but okay. I'll take that. Again, we have the gap. That's going to be the issue. And we'll take that. Put this puppy back in here. If you could see my face, you could see the frustration. Granted, you really don't want to see my face because I'm an ugly bastard, but... Oh, what the hell did I just do? Idiot. Oh, wait a minute. Now I'm in the wrong spot. That's what I need. Okay. You're too high? Too high. Okay. I just can't win today. what I do, man. It just ain't doing what I want it to do. Why, Mora? Why? There it is. Okay. And then that gets out of there. This goes right here. Now it's gonna want to. Again, we're dealing with that freaking garbage, and I put in the wrong freaking thing again. Damn it. Come on. Wrestling them snap points sure ain't fun. But see, this is my problem. This is where I'm good. This is what I'm saying. It's not in the right spot. Screw it. I'm about to just not care. Wait a minute. Come on. Just freaking snap where you're supposed to snap, please. This is what gets frustrating sometimes. It's like, I get it, you know, there's a ton of snap points in this spot, but don't show me the freaking ghost. And not have the target match the cursor. And then again, we're left with the ugliest of freaking possibilities. Come on, don't be a fucking pain, please. One, just one. Thank you. Jeez. The only other thing I can say is drop it down, not give a crap, but it won't line up. That's the biggest problem. If I put it here, it's going to shoot too far back. Odd. Yeah, see here we're back with that scenario. When I line this up, we're going to have that kind of wacky window. Okay, you know what? No. It's just not going to work. What I'm trying to do will not work because of my reference problem. It's just, there's too much crap in the way. So the only other thing to do is like do one window up top, close off that gap completely with 0 window. Or do something completely different. Which, unfortunately, I think is going to be what we're going to have to do. I don't want to. I don't want to do it all the way like that. But if we have to do in every other scenario, which is, it basically what we need to do at this point is deal with in every, you know, it's, I can't do the windows all the way around like I thought and have it all line up properly, full scale like this. It's just not gonna do what I want it to do. And neither are you, apparently. But what we might be able to get to work is the same thing we did on the ceiling. Last night. We're going to drop it in. We're not going to tether it. Actually, no, we're going to tether it because we learned our lesson the last time, didn't we? We may have actually learned a lesson. And that lesson is, don't leave freaking crap trapped in that window. Set your tether point way the hell away. Away from any sort of catching. Oh, wrong spot. Moron. I didn't want to go this route. I really didn't. I wanted to reserve it for the ceiling alone. And I may have to go with the completely closed and then just deal with the crap I got to deal with. You know, I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. As much as I don't want it to. You know, it really might be just close it up, don't have a window there. I just really, really wanted the window so that you could see in and you know, catch the glimpse on the inside. That's the whole point. You know, as you're walking horizontally, if you're not coming over the top like that, or, you know, you are a little on the bottom, which is fine, but, you know, the whole point was to have it where I had it. So now I'm doing something I don't want to do, which is do what I wanted to reserve for, you know, just the ceiling. Now I'm debating on doing the whole entire run, which, if I'm to be honest, I really don't want to do. I don't think it's going to look as nice. I think it's going to look like doo-doo as a complete, you know, on each side there. I don't think it's going to work. Yeah, that needs to go in. It's too far out. We got to bring it back one. Yeah, yeah. Okay, guys. I've tortured you all long enough. I've tortured myself long enough with this, to be honest with you. I need to jump out of here. I might come back tonight if I figure it out, but it's just I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I just can't. And the only other projects that I'm doing, I can't show one of them, and the other one blue screens all the time. So this is my on-screen project, or on-stream project, rather. Excuse me. Igor, I'm sorry. Oh no, that's it. Never mind. That's a bot. We don't say hi to bots. Yeah, I'm at a point where now I can't, you know, and this is why I do what I do. This is why I show people what I show. This is why my streams take forever, because people see these builds out there and like, wow, that's really great. I want to do that. Right on. I applaud your enthusiasm, but this is what it's going to take. Back where we started. Sort of. What the hell happened here? Where the hell am I? What? Okay, I loaded in a really bizarre spot. I done trapped myself. That's the first on that one. This game, I swear. Love-hate relationship. Love to hate it, hate to love it. But boy, do I love this game. Regardless of all the blah 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 that goes with it. What's a bubble pipe at? Anyone know? Maybe I'll go take a look at that as a little bit of break away from all this garbage. Yeah, I'm so frustrated I can't get the look I want. That as soon as I change sides, it gets different like that. I'm going to have to come up with a different solution, different spacing, something different. I can't just close that up. You know, with small pieces, it doesn't work. We have full-scale walls here. I go slamming in a bunch of little things. It just doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm going to have to spend some time off stream cursing a lot and reloading a whole ton. It's right there, man. It's staring me in the face, and that's what's killing me. I know it exists. I know I can get it. I just don't know how. It's got to be just... But, see, and again, if I do it where it is in the middle, I'm too far sticking out on each side. Do you know what I mean? Up and down. I don't care about the window as much anymore. Like, I would love a window through this, you know, through that long section there, but if I can't get it and I just have to have the same shape as top and bottom, I'm fine with that. You know, but it's that shape. I don't want to just go flat because, you know, it doesn't look right. It's just something about it it lacks that aesthetics. It's just, when it's staring you in the face, you're like, I know it's right there. What am I missing? I'm missing one little thing that's, you know, staring me in the face, going, hey, I'm right here. You just got to do this. Oh, yeah, really? Because I tried doing something like that, and it didn't work, so you're lying. It's either that or I really, really change placement on... I'd have to bring it out further, which just, again, we lose that flow. We lose the shape. We lose, you know... There's that phrase again. Stop saying that, Kev. We lose what we're trying to do. That's it. I mean, that's the problem. Tried something very different. Used curved windows. Yeah, again, it's flat but round. Not round. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 8-sided, so it's an octagon, right? Do we have 8 sides? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. So we got an octagon, okay? Curved windows might work. I hate to say it, but they might. We could give it a shot. But we have to flip. Every one of these has to be flipped. And it has to be put in as a half, right? Because where the window goes in. So we would have to do, every curved window would have to go in as a half point. and they're not the same height, width, and all kinds of fun stuff. I would probably end up having to rotate. It would be too much. Yeah, it'd be way too much. Too much. How are we evenly spaced here? Okay, let's see. 1 and 2. And it should be 1 and 2, right? But it's not. It's 2 and 1, I think, in a short wall. No? Are we evenly spaced? All right, we're evenly spaced, I think. So, we are evenly spaced, which means that this is in the middle. So we are in the proper placement in terms of middle. We're middle. If I could shoot this down from here and then just go shoot this up from here, I think we could do it. You know, but I can't. How do I get an upside down and a right side up in the areas I need? That, like, how do I do that? Yeah, I'll try it. Why not? I'll give it a shot, just for giggles. Let's see what happens. And even that is going to be inset. Yeah, it's too far in. Potentially. Hold on. Let's see. And it's backwards. I mean, look, the size is wrong. I'd have to enlarge. Again, I'd have to enlarge. It's just not worth it, my friend. It's just not worth it. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a run, but I don't see it. I don't. And we got so much of it here, I'm trying to avoid dragging it down here. That's, you know, the other part. I've already got, but that's, you know, its own visual impact. This needs to be another visual impact. It can't be the same thing. And what ends up happening here, which I would then have to gap fill again, because the length or the width, however you want to look at this, right, is wrong. We have gap on either side, so we still have gap fill to deal with. And that's full scale. I'm just going to place these in just for ha-has. So while it may not take up as much space top and bottom, we still have to contend with the filling of a gap on not only you know, side to side, Which, you know, yeah, it's a little easier to fill a vertical gap like that with something. I could probably get away with, you know, a bunch of different things. But, you know, it's not ideal. Too open. You know, we need to close this off a little bit. That's, you know, that's kind of the problem here. We could, you know, shove in, you know, say this all the way down. Ooh. Hmm. And oppose it, but no. Again, you know, again, it's no, it's too. You know what I mean? It's not. It doesn't work. It just it's. It kind of does, but doesn't. You know. Yeah, I mean, the sideways one definitely works better, but we are not. We are not where we need to be. You know. Then if we run this straight up down, that looks like ass. We could flip it around. It'd look a little better. Um, you know, bring this out. You know, carry that down, but nay. It doesn't look appropriate. You know, we could. You know, run it here. And here all the way down. And then just put something in the middle. But no. Ooh. Yeah, texture's not going to quite vibe. Good thought, though. That's a good thought. But the texture's not really going to vibe. Although, if we do... And it curves in, which would be kind of interesting. Because we could bring that out. That's mildly interesting. But again, we, you know, we're constantly left with this one problem. That does look cool. That's a good suggestion there, bro. I mean, it's got, like, dig that. But then it's a combination of constantly running that or, you know, doing something that doesn't work. Or, what does this one look? That's the same one. What's this one? But again, not quite. You know, it's a good starting thing. It definitely looks cool in the corner. But I would rather find, you know, some sort of... It would have to become a straight line at some point, which it just doesn't do. See, that's not bad either, but the wood texture just does not freaking cut it. You know, that's not bad. You know, we could try a different color and texture lay on that. But again, you know, it really is. It doesn't flow. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? It just does not fit with what everything else we have. So although that, on the other hand, yeah, I know the color trick. I'm well versed in that. Basically, we would do this. All right, I'm going to show you right now. I could take this. Well, all I got to do is let's make a wire. So whatever, because I'm going to make this large every time that I want to use it, right? So what I would do is I would make a wire using the color and stuff I want ahead of time. So I would take this, go metal, let's say gray and black, scale this up, get my wire, copy the piece, copy the wire, and we should get a gray and black. And whether or not the, sometimes texture doesn't transfer. But that does look pretty freaking dope. But see, now we got a black and gray texture here, which is nice. And the metal texture actually does kind of transfer. It does look kind of neat. All right, let's... But then we're stuck with, again, we're stuck with a gap fill. Which we would have to, you know, we'd have to pop this in and et cetera, et cetera. That's our problem. Everything we do, everything we do. Yeah, so we'd have another gap to fill. I mean, that is cool. Like, good thought, man. Like, really. Like, that's killer. If it fit, I'll do that with something else. But you know, that definitely would work if I could. But then, okay, so here's our other problem. It would work, but then we'd cut in, we'd have a problem. So that is cool, and that gives me ideas for something else. So good suggestion. But not what we need here. What we need here, unfortunately, is to continue along the path that we've been going on, but finding a way to get what we want. Which is not the easiest thing. Oh, shit. Ooh, excuse me. Woo! Where the hell did that come from? Yeah, frustration. Fix one, two more pop up, and that's really what I'm dealing with here. Is, you know, the constant freaking pain in the butt of you know moving things around, but nothing's ever quite where it needs to be. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to omit the window. But try to retain shape. So we're not going to worry about the window so much. We're just going to retain our shape. That, I think, is the key. Worry less about that. Because no matter what I do, how I fold this window over, it looks like crap. So, for the sake of argument and all that other fun stuff, we're just going to try a different part. That window would have been dope, though. If it were snappable, oh yeah, I would have used that in a minute. Because then I could have snapped in, you know, what I needed to snap in, and you know, everything would have been fine. Like, I really hope they can figure out a way to allow us to do that. That would be, aside from up and down on the build camera and some more sci-fi looking parts, I wouldn't ask for anything else. Enro, what's going on? I'm losing my mind today, brah. Fucking losing it. I am so unbelievably frustrated right now. I cannot, for the life of me, get what I need done. I am missing something. I'm overlooking something. Something is happening where I am just not finding my reference. And if I do find my reference, when I go to put in this part, it's just garbage. Just plain old garbage. Pure and simple. And I cannot find what I need. And then on top of it, I'm freaking missing all my glitches. I'm losing my reference. It's all going to crap. Is it just me, or I know I went down 2 on that. Okay, I'm losing my, again, I'm losing reference. This fucking drives me nuts. It's just, you know, constant positioning changes, constant looking for reference. And I just need one side done. Once I get one side done, I can carry it all the way down, but I can't seem to get this one frickin' side just done. Like, no matter how I approach it, you know, one, I'm moving things around, so that becomes an issue. There we go, that works. We could even go a little further out, but I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take that. Screw that. That's fine. You know, and again, I'm losing. Every time I put something in, I lose something. You know, I lose a spot. I lose a bit of reference. I lose. I'm just losing it, man. And then I don't remember where that was, but we'll try and remember it again. Yeah, thank you, Peter. I wish to. Lots of wishing. Unfortunately, nothing concrete. We got to do this again too, don't we? We got to drop this. We got to try the other directions here. We're going to do what we did before, where we had the fold over. But now, instead of that other window, we're going to use something more linear. Let's see, or just, we're not going to use a window at all. We'll just have this, well, I'm going to try and get at least a thin window. See, again, I want a window on the side. I want this to go around. I can't get it to do that. That is my problem. Because I have reference that just gets lost with a large-scaled piece. It's too wide. It's too thick of a piece. And I can't retain my same reference. It is just killing me. It's like, I know I've done something similar, but how? It's like I did it on the upper angle. Why can't I get it on this angle? It's like, well, you can't because it just doesn't exist. The angles are off. The spacing is different, you know, side to side. You name it. Problem 1 through 21. It just, things are not doing what I need it to do. It's really as simple as that. And I am getting freaking frustrated. It's too far out. It doesn't work. Blah, blah, blah. See, and again, now we're changing it. It's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Same freaking crap over and over and over again. It's like a freaking bad nightmare. It's like no matter what I do, I cannot seem to get what I need. I'm not tethering right now because I'm just playing with spacing. when I figure out where that, and that there too. Excuse me. Kill me now. Just kill me now. I can't freaking do this anymore, I don't think. I think I've had my fill for the day. Or at least for now. I don't know. I'm so determined, though. I'm so unbelievably determined to get something that looks good in this gap. Everything, the other sides are done. We know, worst case scenario, I lose a reference, we refine it. But those sides are done. Why am I having such a hard time with this particular setup? I did everything to try to match. I did everything. Maybe that's where maybe that's my problem right here. I'm looking at this in the wrong way. What if I flip this floor panel which changes our spacing, sort of. Okay, one last thing. Let's try this. Because I've run out of options at this point in my brain. Alright. What if I mean, it could, it's spacing, so maybe if I change it, maybe something super specific will happen here. I don't know. I have no bloody clue. I am grasping at straws at this point. I really am. I'm grasping at straws. I have no idea how to get what I need to get from this. I just don't. I have not been able to figure it out. And I don't like when I can't, because it gets frustrating. And I want to and part of what I'm doing, I need to figure out for another build that is kind of important. So I need to figure this out, or I'm going to go completely crazy, more than I already am. I'm losing my mind. I can't take it anymore. Alright, what if we do something like this? We just try different spacing, right? Okay, so we know we're going to have gap. I don't care about that. We can fill the gap, right? we are still in the predicament of covering reference. That is our problem. We are covering our reference points. Alright, so let's say that we're there and there. And you know we can't do that because it doesn't like having that done. Can't share space. They don't like it. But you can alter it a little bit. How the hell do I do this? How the hell do I do this? How the hell do I do it? How the hell do I do it? How 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 do I do it? How? Okay. So up and down, down and up. Yeah. Okay, we do a space there. One space up from that, we're still kind of dealing with what we're dealing with. So if I do, oh, I don't know, get rid of you. Get rid of you so we can see. That's interesting. That's a floor panel. They don't like sharing space, though. They never have. Yeah, it does. Oh, yeah, you do. I saw you, Ghost. Oh, wait a minute. Do we have a solution here? I saw you, Ghost, in there. There you are. Thank you. Ha-ha! There's how we get a floor panel distance. I don't know if anyone's figured that out yet, but if you haven't, there you go. There's a floor panel height change, which this might be my solution. This might be my solution. That's a floor panel adjustment. That is freaking awesome. How did I do that? Thank goodness I have this streamed. But we just got a floor panel adjustment here. That is one floor panel thickness. How the did I do that? That's one floor panel. Oh, okay. We need to put this on, put the brakes on this, and we got to figure out how we just did that, because that's a great adjustment right there. I know basically how I did it, but let's go do it from scratch. Not here. Let's just get away from this for a minute. But now we have a floor panel adjustment. That's freaking sick. Alright, I had the block. Then I took this. Oops, that's not what I did. Accidentally hit my move button. Yeah, there's a paver glitched in a paver. That I do know. Okay, so we take this, bring it on top, bazinga, then take the block, add it here like bazinga. Flips it over though, that's the problem. Okay, now we're sharing space, so that's not it. Oh, maybe it is. Damn, I'm gonna have to rewatch what I did there. But it gave me a perfectly positioned change of height on that paver bit. Alright, let's start with exactly what I did, which I think was... I did each side, right? We did that. Oops. Shit, come on. Did each side. Then did what? Anything? Nothing? Something? No? That's up, that's down, so we need to do something there. What did I do? What the hell did I do? Did I go up another? Like so. Then add this in and bring that up. That looks right. Then upside down. Nope. On that block. Removing that block and that block. Carrying that block down. No. What the hell did I do? Oh shit. Because that actually might do what I needed to do, which means I got to figure it out to do it on the other side. Alright, what the heck did I freaking do? Went back in the stream and you had 3 floor tiles, 90 degree to each other, then started building pavers down, referenced off all the top. It's floor tile sideways and pavers stacked. Down, down, down. See, like right here. So I had to go down and up and meet. Ah, okay. I need to go down and up and meet. So this needs to go down now. Okay, down, up, and meet. Down, up, and meet. Down, up, and meet. Yeah, that doesn't matter. We're in there it is. That's got to be it. Down, up, and meet. That's not a floor panel anymore, though, is it? It is if I continue to stack it, though, right? Or does it eventually... Okay, because we're sharing space, so that isn't going to work in itself. Okay. But then I did something with the block. I brought the block... Did something with the block. What did I do? That... I mean, it was a perfect floor panel spacing! How the hell did I get to that? I gotta rewatch that later. I gotta figure that out, because that really could save me some headaches on some other items. It had nothing to do with the 90 degree, because we ended up this direction. It was what I did with the block and the paver. That's where things went. Oh, maybe I did. Nope. Nope. That could be. Oh yeah, I had the two horizontal floors. It was a spacing thing, wasn't it? Yeah, you're right. There was like a weird, odd space that happened. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it because that I need to figure out. There's something going on with that that is making me go, "What the hell did you do?" Because this just gives me that, which is cool. Don't get me wrong; it's a nice little flip, but a short wall will do the same thing. Wait a minute, did I do this? No, I just did that. It couldn't be that, because that's just going to put me on top, like so. I mean, it's a nice little flip over, you know, that's kind of cool. You could just run one of those if you needed to flip a bunch of things back and forth. Like, that's cool. Like, I like that idea. But we're still bloody missing something. Come on, stack. See, that's dumb. Why won't it stack with something in its way? Because it's seeing the bottom of it, right? Fucking piece of crud. Or is this just because that's on there now? And again, that puts me stacked. I need to go, I need to push that down. How do I push that down? One paper up or down from lower floor tile, then the top floor tile grow down to meet in the middle. Yeah, I'm already lost. Again, we're right on the top of that, so that's not it either. Because if that goes in, that's going to go upside down, which will flip us into the same bloody spot as we were. Now, if we could just top that. We're sharing space again, which means that's not going to work because it does not share space with an up and a down. But this does get flippy, that's for sure. But yeah, that's locked out. That particular one is locked out. I'm not even, my brain is shot right now. I'm fried, folks. I'm just fried. I'm fried. I'm fried. I'm done. I'll watch it later. I'll figure it out. I mean, I could just carry this over to you at this point. But yeah, there's our floor panel difference right there. That's a. They're both upside down. We see our floor panel. It's stacked right on top of the other one. Bank like perfectly. So 1, 2, down, 3 down, and a double up. Is that 3 down and a double up? I mean, it works. Like, how did I achieve that? That's perfect. So there's one on the bottom. That's double stacked on top. Okay, so that's a cancel out, but it's a bottom. For some reason, it's working. That's a top. That's a bottom. How did that bottom get in there like that? That's what I'm going to have to watch. Okay. But the one bonus is I can actually use what I have right now. Whether or not I end up finding it again is going to be a complete another nightmare. The cube was involved. I know it was. I was there. Oh, I gotta find some ways to close this up. It is really, really driving me insane. I mean, it might just be enough space to get through. Or not. Okay. I've had it, folks. It's been a long day already. I want to say thank you very much for hanging out. It's been a pleasure. Sorry didn't get anywhere today. We got further along yesterday than we did today, that's for sure. But it was all wrong. So we didn't really get further along yesterday. It was not proper. So I tore it all down, tried to rebuild it. I've got halfway, and I will figure out the rest of it tonight. If I get lucky, I'll come back tonight later. If not, we'll do tomorrow before Beebs gets on. Because I should be back to work a week from today. So that would be awesome to get back to work. I am so sick and tired I was sitting around the apartment. I mean, I'm enjoying getting more No Man's Sky time in, but that's about it. So, guys, I want to thank you very much for hanging out with me. Keep that notification bell hit in case I do figure it out. I'll come back tonight and I'll show you. I got a noodle off stream so that I can just grumble and gripe and not be quiet and do what I need to do. Crank up some music. I need my music to figure this out. I think I need to walk away for a minute. You know what I'm getting at. So hit that notification button. I might be on later on today. Worst case scenario, I will be on tomorrow before Beetle hits. Let's do a quick check. See if we got anybody we can raid. Not looking like it. Nope, I don't see anybody. So, unfortunately, there's nobody to raid. So until next time, this has been me, Kevin C. Wishing all of you out there in the No Man's Skyverse a little bit of love, peace, and starship grease. Get those action pants on. Get out there. Start building some wild and crazy stuff. Until next time, take care of yourself, and hopefully we'll see you soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Peace.